media capital of the world.
Good evening, community members, council members, and city staff, and welcome to an online meeting of the Burbank City Council on Tuesday, March the 2nd, 2021. In order to balance the health risks associated with the COVID-19 and the public's right to conduct the people's business in a transparent and open manner during the current state of emergency and in the interest of public health and safety, council members will be participating in an online city council meeting. The public will not be able to physically attend today's meeting. In lieu of in-person attendance, the city is providing alternatives for viewing and participating in city council meetings. Will everybody please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Place your right hand over your heart. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Good evening, Madam City Clerk.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
May I please trouble you to conduct the roll this evening?
Thank you. Councilmember Anthony.
Present.
Thank you. Councilmember Schultz.
Present.
Councilmember Springer.
Here.
Vice Mayor Talamantes.
Present.
Mayor Frutos.
Great day to be here.
Thank you.
There will be two periods of public comment this evening, one for general public comment and one for the public hearing. If you would like to participate in general public comment, please call now at 818-238-3335. Again, that phone number is 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until we begin the public comment. Tonight's council will be adjourning in memory of retired City of Burbank Fire Captain Guy Thompson, who passed away at his home in Leona Valley on January 10th. As a third-generation firefighter, Guy started his firefighting career at the age of 18 with the Los Angeles County Fire Department, working on the camp crews and fought wildfires. At 21, he was hired by the Burbank Fire Department. Guy loved his career and was always taking on more training and education. He became certified in urban search and rescue as well as hazardous materials. He was honored as Firefighter of the Year and eventually became a captain in 2000. He retired in 2014 after 33 years of service to our city. After moving to Leona Valley, Guy volunteered as a callman for the Leona Valley Fire Station. He spent countless hours serving his community and responding to emergency calls. He trained many more young people who went on to become firefighters themselves. Guy was a master woodworker. During his days off from the fire department, he built beautiful custom cabinets and furniture and had a successful cabinetry business. He was a lifelong outdoorsman and especially loved hiking, camping, and fishing at his favorite getaway in Mammoth Lakes. Guy was a beloved husband, father, and grandfather, and is survived by his loving wife, Deborah, his children, Brianna and Taylor, and stepdaughter, Savannah, as well as his granddaughters and siblings. At this time, I would like to invite the family to speak. We are joined by Guy's wife, Deborah, and daughters, Brianna and Taylor. Good evening and welcome to our council meeting. You have the mic. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, good evening and welcome to our council meeting. You have the mic. Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, now I can hear you. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Hi, I'm Bree Janes. I'm one of Guy Thompson's daughters. This is his other daughter, Taylor Thompson. We just wanted to say thank you for remembering him in such a beautiful way. He was a wonderful man and an amazing father, and he did so much for the city of Burbank and his fellow firemen, and we're just so proud to be his kids. And he was taken far too soon, but we are both very pleased that the city of Burbank, the Burbank Fire Department, has honored him in such a way. And we're really grateful to be here. Even though our hearts break every day, it's nice to see that he left such a lasting impression on all of you, as well as so many different people in the community that he touched. He loved being a fireman. It was one of his greatest loves. It's the only thing he ever wanted to do in his whole life. And we loved him very much. So thank you.
You are very welcome. And on behalf of the people of Burbank, we are very lucky to have had his service and all the countless people he touched throughout his generous career of being a firefighter. I would now like to call Fire Chief Garcia. Would you like to say a few words, Chief? And he's coming up to the mic. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Frutos, Council, Eric Garcia, Fire Chief. I'd like to thank you for those nice words that you did share on retired Burbank Fire Captain Guy Thompson. Traditionally, we'd be able to have Guy's family here to be able to pay our respects and thank them for his service to our community. Unfortunately, COVID-19 has limited our ability to do so, but thankfully, present-day technology affords us the next best, which is to do that virtually. Captain Thompson served our community for 33 years and was truly a firefighter's firefighter. Guy loved the fire service. He took great pride in being a Burbank firefighter. He had a lot of experience, and I was fortunate enough when I first came on to have Guy as my senior firefighter. I learned a tremendous amount from him, and as Vice Mayor Telemanes will recall, we had a long, fun stretch together when I first came on at Station 12. Guy was an integral member of our hazmat and our USAR programs, and his hands-on expertise helped us to set a solid foundation for those programs. He ultimately promoted and retired as a fire captain. Guy also had amazing construction talents, and many of his projects are still visible today in the improvements in the hardscape that he made at our fire stations. Guy loved his family. Guy loved the fire service, and he truly loved serving the community of Burbank. I personally owe Guy a debt of gratitude for helping to shape me in my career, and he's left a lasting legacy with the Burbank Fire Department. And on behalf of the men and women of the Burbank Fire Department, I would like to extend my condolences to the Guy Thompson family. Guy will definitely be missed, and thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. Vice Mayor, would you like to weigh in, sir, since you retired as a fire captain?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to the Thompson family, my thoughts and prayers go out to you. Guy was a great guy. Like the Chief just mentioned, we were together at Station 12. It was a great experience. It was a great partnership, relationship we had. It wasn't a captain-firefighter relationship. It was more of a, we were teammates. And as we like to say in the fire service, we're working together. We're teammates, just like any other team is working together. And it was mentioned about his craftsmanship. I've got 2 fireplace mantles in my house and a stereo cabinet in my house that were done by Captain Thompson. So I can, they're here, lasting memories. So once again, thoughts and prayers go out to your family. And he did go way too early. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. To the family, we, the 5 members on council, convey our deepest condolences to the family, to the friends of Captain Thompson, and are grateful for his service to the people of Burbank. Thank you very much. We have two announcements on city business this evening. An online community meeting will be held on Wednesday, March the 3rd at 6 p.m. to provide an update on the city's greenhouse gas reduction plan. City staff will share provisional measures that will be included in the plan to reflect city and community efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. To participate, access the meeting link on the city's website at burbankca.gov/climate action plan. Again, that website is burbankca.gov/climate action plan. For questions, please contact Karen Pan or Fred Ramirez at 818-238-5187. That phone number again is 818-238-5187. Announcement number 2. The Community Development Department will be hosting an online community workshop on proposed short-term rental regulations on Thursday, March 11th at 5 p.m. The community will be able to provide feedback and suggestions on the proposed regulations. To participate or for questions, please visit burbankca.gov/STR. Again, visit burbankca.gov/STR or contact Nick Bryant and Karen Pan at 818-238-5187. Again, that phone number is 818-238-5187. As a reminder, if you would like to participate in tonight's general public comment, please call now at 818-238-3335. Again, that phone number to call in for general public comment is 818-238-3335. Tonight, the City Council is recognizing the generous contributions of the Syrian community of Burbank. The Syrian community is comprised of Burbank residents, entrepreneurs, and highly skilled professionals of Syrian descent who seek to give back to their hometown during this unprecedented time. Last June, the Syrian community donated $10,000 toward Project Hope and the procurement of personal protective equipment for first responders. This year, they've redoubled their efforts to donate another $7,800 to the city for our senior nutrition program and PPE for police and fire, along with a total donation of $20,000 to Burbank Unified School District for virtual learning. While they couldn't be here with us tonight, we have a recorded message from the Syrian community of Burbank. May we play the video, Mr. City Manager?
Hello, my name is Diane Greer, speaking on behalf of the Burbank Syrian community. Proud to present a check in the amount of $7,877 to the city of Burbank. Hard to believe we started this COVID pandemic relief fund almost a year ago. Who would have thought we would still be in this situation today? We started this fund with the goal of helping those in need. We wanted to give back to the city who has given us so much. We raised a total of $37,877, donating $17,877 to the city of Burbank and $20,000 to BUSD for hotspots, Chromebooks, and PPE. We all are so proud to stand behind this cause because being lifelong residents of Burbank, going through the Burbank school system, myself included, we want to give back to the community. We hope to continue giving back to the community that has given us so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts on the City Council. We truly appreciate your commitment to helping out others, especially during these trying times. We do have a certificate that I'm going to have city staff give to you or mail to you, but we have a certificate to the Syrian community of Burbank in recognition of your generous donations for the senior nutrition program and the procurement of personal protective equipment. Your thoughtfulness donations will help many of our city during this challenging time. Thank you for investing in your community and for sharing your resources with your neighbors. On behalf of the entire Burbank City Council, we thank you for your generosity, involvement in our community, and wish you all the best. Again, a million thank yous from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Our next recognition this evening will be commemorating the 25th anniversary of Leadership Burbank. As a community-based organization, Leadership Burbank identifies, educates, and motivates current and emerging leaders in the Burbank community throughout their 9-month leadership training program. Notable class projects include expansion of musical instruction at Burbank's elementary schools, construction of the Joslyn Oasis at the Joslyn Senior Center, an outdoor garden for the Boys and Girls Club, a new playground for BCR, a place to grow, and much more. Today, on behalf of the entire City Council, we would like to present Leadership Burbank with this certificate of recognition. In celebration of 25 years of enriching, educating, and enhancing the Burbank community through collaboration with the city and community groups. At this time, I would like to invite Leadership Burbank's chair, Mr. Albert Hernandez, to say a few words. Good evening, Mr. Hernandez, and welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to share my screen if that's all right with the team here.
Yes, sir.
All right. So good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, city staff, and Burbank constituents. My name is Albert Hernandez, and I volunteer my time as the board chairman of Leadership Burbank, a nonprofit leadership development organization serving the Burbank community for a monumental 25 years. The board of directors and I are thrilled to be receiving this recognition tonight from the city of Burbank as we celebrate our 25th anniversary. It was 25 years ago that this organization was developed to identify, educate, and motivate current and emerging leaders in Burbank to develop ideas and solutions that make Burbank a strong, sustainable, and vibrant community. For the last 25 years, we have partnered with the city of Burbank, small businesses, nonprofits, and major corporations to invite Burbank residents and those who work in Burbank the opportunity to gain a better understanding of how Burbank functions. We have given our students a behind-the-scenes look at various locations such as the Hollywood Burbank Airport, City Council Chambers, Warner Brothers, and so many more unique sites. Through it all, our students gain a deeper understanding of how important it is that these various sectors work together to support our residents and our businesses. In addition to providing the leadership development program, we have challenged our classes to identify challenges that face our community and in turn create solutions. For instance, in 2014, the Leadership Burbank class identified an area at the Joslyn Center that had not been utilized for years. Our students worked alongside the city staff to create an outdoor activity area where senior citizens could partake in exercise classes and take walks in safe and welcoming environment. In 2017, the LB class partnered with Family Service Agency and the faculty at John Burroughs High School to create the very first wellness center. The center was dedicated to provide our youth in need of space where they can access mental health services in a safe and non-judgmental area. And my last example is the Leadership Burbank class of 2019, who worked alongside the staff of the Burbank Community YMCA. The Y had faced the challenge of long wait lists for their infant care program. The Y and our students identified classrooms that could be utilized for infant care. Soon after, the renovations took place and the classrooms were brought up to code so more infants could be provided support. Leadership Burbank not only has given the opportunity, our community agencies the opportunity to create change, but we have also created opportunity for graduates to give our graduates to find a niche in the community where they can serve. And as you can see on this slide, several of our graduates are now serving the city and our local nonprofits. Before I close out, I'd like to welcome the community to participate in our masterclass workshop scheduled for next Tuesday, March 9th from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. And while our topic focuses on leading in uncertain times. For more information, please register at leadershipburbank.org. Mr. Mayor, in closing, we are very thankful that you and our city are celebrating and recognizing the 25th anniversary of Leadership Burbank. As we reflect on our 25 years, we have seen nearly 500 of Burbank's residents and employees graduate through the program. We have seen over 20 community projects that have benefited the local nonprofits, the school district, and even our city. And we have seen an estimated $500,000 in goods and services that our alumni have provided to create an even Burbank. Thank you so much for this recognition, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez, for everything you do through Leadership Burbank for the city and obviously to Family Promise. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Councilmember Constantine, I'd like to turn over the mic since you are an alumni. Go ahead, Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for that presentation, Albert. In 25 years, Leadership Burbank has done so much and has really connected people from different parts of the city and different aspects of the city to create sort of this movement of leadership, this connectivity, this grassroots organization. I joined Leadership Burbank on a scholarship, and I was so grateful at the time to be able to join the ranks of other folks who were put in there through either business or nonprofit associations, and just learning about the city. It's not a coincidence that I'm sitting here today and that I graduated from Leadership Burbank. I mean, these are connected, and they complement each other. And I'll be there on the March meeting, and I'll see you then. And I would be remiss if I didn't remind everyone that, of course, class of 2018 is the best class. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Council Member. Moving on, Mr. City Manager, do you have anything to report this evening?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do not have anything for tonight.
Thank you. Will the City Attorney please report on closed session this evening, Madam City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This evening, earlier this evening, I should say, council met in closed session. One of the items was existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 subsection D1 of the Government Code concerning Burbank Tenants' Right Committee et al. Versus the City of Burbank et al. Concerning a writ judicial review concerning an election matter. The second item was public employee performance evaluation under Government Code Section 54957, title of employees, position, city manager. And that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Now is the time for general public comment. Members of the public may address the council on any matter concerning city business except the public hearing. If you would like to participate, please call 818-238-3335. Again, that phone number is 818-238-3335. Remember to lower the volume on your TV or computer and take your phone off speaker when you deliver public comment. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. We ask for your patience as we finish up with one speaker and move to the next one. To participate, please call right now at 818-238-3335. Again, that phone number is 818-238-3335. Ms. Mullins, do we have any callers on the line for public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have, and they're ready in queue.
Outstanding. Beam them on down, Scotty.
Our first caller is Jose Mitchell. Jose, you are live with council.
Good evening, sir, and welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my call tonight. My name is Jose Mitchell, and I am calling to address the issue of hazard pay in the city of Burbank. A little bit about myself. I've lived in Burbank for 50 years, and I've started in the supermarket business 35 years ago while I was going to Burroughs. And my experience this past year working at the supermarket has been very stressful, frightening, and filled with sorrow. Hearing about coworkers and some of my customers passing away from COVID. But I still go to work and perform all my duties and provide a good, clean work environment for all my customers. And this past year, my employer has profited very well from this pandemic. And we're just asking for some temporary hazard pay for all of our hard work, for all the grocery workers and others that would probably profit from a hero pay. And that's pretty much what I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your call, sir. Next caller.
Our next caller is Christopher Matthew Spencer. Christopher, you are live with council.
Good evening, sir. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Christopher Matthew Spencer. I'm a 30-year resident of the city. I wish to comment on a few areas. First, I'm adamantly opposed to pot shops. Recreational pot has not become the powerful elixir that very big special interest groups and lobbyists keep promising. 30% THC is readily available now. ER visits relating to edibles are clogging up hospitals, and the taxes that were promised have not been flowing. Fewer than 1 in 5 cities welcome medical marijuana dispensaries. Fewer than 1 in 7 allow recreational cannabis stores. Next, please stop ordering price controls on delivery companies. I owned a restaurant, and hiring and paying taxes on a delivery person is very expensive. Labor and food costs are about 60% of a restaurant, and putting a price control is not American. I don't recommend you continue the emergency ordinance. It's not good for our local economy because there's two sides to that coin, and there is competition. It doesn't need a price control. Next, I'm deeply troubled by the city's massive budget deficit. In April 2020, I strongly encouraged our city to give the budget a haircut so that we could avoid a budget crisis. That was almost a year ago. My advice was ignored. Not only ignored, but after an audit of the city's spending, come to find that many discretionary expenses, such as sponsorships for local events and non-essential purchases, have been made. Streets don't look so nice, yet our city is spending tremendous amounts of time and money working on buying properties and planning to offer free palaces to the homeless. And those are people who are generally addicted to heroin and meth. Please do your homework. A massive amount of time and money is being spent on the city's homeless, yet the city only has 291 unsheltered homeless persons being serviced by organizations such as one that I volunteer for. In the city's plan to spend millions and millions of dollars on shelters has no clear and convincing evidence that this will accomplish the mission. Please look at Santa Monica and the utter failure. It's just lined the pockets of consultants and developers. Please stop, slow down, and take a closer look. This problem is being resolved, and more education for young people to stay off drugs will help keep them off the streets. Thank you very much. I ask you to please consider slowing down. I find it interesting after the shutdown that the meetings are going at warp speed, and city business has become a frantic and hurried-paced matter. It's interesting that that is very different now that people can't come in and make complaints in person. Big decisions are being made. However, we have 2 new city council members who are working to get up to speed. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your call. Next caller.
Our next caller is Liliana Cervantes. Liliana, you're live with council.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Liliana Cervantes. I'm a resident of Burbank, and I'm here to let you know that I support hazard pay for grocery workers and drug workers. They've been working amidst this pandemic with overcrowding in their stores, with customers refusing to wear masks. They deserve to have hazard pay. This would be something temporary for the businesses, as they are heroes in our community, for our members to allow for them to have food on their table. So it's really important that the council here support an ordinance or create an ordinance for grocery workers and retail drug workers. And I support pot shops in Burbank as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
when. So.
Good evening. Welcome.
Our next caller is Janet Deal. Janet, you're live with council.
Thank you very, very much. Good evening, Mayor Frutos, members of the council, and certainly Mr. Hess, and all of Burbank. I'm Janet Deal, president of Burbank Coordinating Council, and so proud to be able to tell you that we are now 88 years old in Burbank. And for 85 of those years, we have been providing camperships to our low-income and at-risk and homeless children. This year, because of COVID, we're doing virtual camps. We're doing socially distanced camps. And we're hoping that by summer we will also be able to do in-person and not socially distanced faraway resident camps in the San Bernardino Mountains. In the meantime, we have our spring camps coming up, and what I'd like to do is to recommend that any family who needs a campership, which is a scholarship, to please go to our website, burbankcc.org, or email us at bcc.campers, with an S on the end, at gmail.com, or phone us at 818-216-9377. Applications are available in English, Spanish, and Armenian. And we also want to recognize the fact that when we began, it was the Burbank Noon Kiwanis that was our partner to start this whole program in the city. And we're delighted that they continue to be our partner to this day. Thank you very much. If anyone would like to donate, you can go to our website and push the PayPal donate button and give whatever you would like to help us send children to camp. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all.
Thank you for your call, Ms. Deal. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Phil Dojic. Phil, you're live with council.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. It is not necessary to public comment at these meetings. For example, the cat lies at the crossroads of Magnolia and Buena Vista, or high traffic noise. We need to talk about better economy of the city, about a better social and cultural life. At the meeting of the last Tuesday, the council member, Mr. Schultz, had a comment on citizen comment that he had a conversation with Mr. Anthony on the problem of the citizen and the of benefit Mr. Anthony. And on that occasion, Schultz said that he had no conversation with Mr. Anthony and that he was appointed for this position 4 years. If that statement refers that the council member can do everything in 4 years without any measures taken, is wrong. Each council member is responsible for successful work. Otherwise, for irresponsible work, misconduct, so then it will the city attorney and mayor meet individually with the council member in attempts to correct and modify the council member behavior. Provision of California state law provides for the removal from office of an elected official for misconduct. We demand that the adopted financial budget be careful, controlled fiscal year 2021. As of the price of gasoline, it has nothing to do with the economy at the moment. The price has jumped 30% since January 20th, at the time when there is still an epidemic, COVID-19, high unemployment, very small minimum wage, high product prices in Wants and Robs, high rental prices, large sales tax 10.25% compared to the other cities. Stop the desperation of small businesses. The city must have a rent control. If this is not possible by landlord-tenant commission, the city council will be able to appoint and remove members of the commission. As for the minimum wage of $15, which is now in public, it's late. It has nothing to do with the current economy. The trend was brought in 2017. For 4 years ago, for the large employees, $15, start date July 1st, 2020. We are now in March of 2021, and we are taking talking about minimum wage, $15, that should have been brought in July 1st, 2020. The current federal minimum wage is just $7.25 per hour, so jumping to $15 was more than double it. $7.25 refers to state of Indiana, Ohio, and others, where a new house can be purchased for $160,000 and rent an apartment for $600 full bedrooms. What about the state of California and city of Burbank, where a house to buy costs from $1 million and up, and renting an apartment one bedroom $2,000 with a minimum wage of $13 per hour. Therefore, in state of California, city of Burbank, the minimum wage should be doubled. Something is wrong here and needs to be fixed and corrected. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Jackie Gitmed. Jackie, you are live with council.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Jackie Gitmed. I'm calling to address the issue of hazard pay in the city of Burbank. I am one of your constituents. I live and work in the Burbank area, in Burbank, as a union representative. I represent grocery and drugstore workers. The fear and stress these workers have been working under is unimaginable, and it has been nonstop. They have been putting their lives on the line since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. Yet they continue to serve this community day in and day out, even when they were told in the beginning not to worry and they couldn't wear a mask because these companies didn't want to scare the customers. Many of them have gotten COVID, and some of them have had a tough bout with the virus and still feel the effects. Some have even succumbed to this virus. But these workers continue to show up to work. Also, they have to deal with unruly and at times angry and violent customers who refuse to wear a mask even though it has been mandated in the city. You should have received about 321 petitions from some of these workers asking for your help in getting hazard pay for unselfishly serving this community during this unprecedented pandemic, making sure that the people of Burbank have food on their table and receive their much-needed medication. We know these companies are making record profits off these employees' hard work and dedication. I added the total years of service of these workers' petitions, and it came to approximately 3,440 years of work for just the employees that signed these petitions. That's an average of just under 11 years per associate, but many of them have been working 20, 30, and even 40-plus years. I personally know a worker who lost her battle with COVID. I worked with her at Ralph's. Let me read to you her last Facebook post. This was on April 10th, 2020. And it goes like this. People, don't take this virus as a joke. You think as much as we take care of ourselves, it won't get us. Well, let me share that it does. To my family and friends that don't know yet, I tested positive for COVID-19. Mine, not a severe one, but still dangerous. I'm in isolation till the 20th. All alone in my room, so please be careful. What you feel is horrible, so all I ask you guys to keep me in your prayers. God bless all of you. She was in a coma not too long after that and passed on May 12th, 2020. So please consider these workers who serve this community every day. I implore you to vote for them to receive hazard pay, just like the cities of Los Angeles, West Hollywood, Montebello, and others, and the county of LA. Thank you for your time, and please do the right thing.
Thank you for your call, Madam City Clerk. Next caller.
Next caller is Ryan Robinson. Ryan, you're live with council.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Frutos and staff. My name is Ryan Robinson. I'm a lifelong Burbank resident, and I've worked for Ralph's over 3 decades, and the last year has been anything but simple for a lot of people, and I can't believe it's been a year already, but I'm just here saying that it's affected a lot of the frontline cashiers and people at Ralph's, and the hazard pay would really come in handy. I mean, we all want to be healthy, too, but this hazard pay, what I've seen the last year and how much business has been brought in and profit, and what's 120 days of the hazard pay? When Montebello, West Hollywood, other cities are doing it. I mean, we all want to be safe and healthy, but a lot of people could use that right now. And what I've seen the last year, I would not want to see again. But we still had to come to work. We couldn't work from home. We couldn't work on a laptop at home like other people can, maybe within the business, or have that luxury. So I'd really appreciate you considering this, and thank you for your time. And that was all I had to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your call, Madam City Clerk. Next caller.
Our next caller is Nick Green. Nick, you're live with council.
Good evening. Welcome.
Oh, thank you very much for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of Glendale, but I do a great deal of my work and business in the city of Burbank, as I work in the entertainment industry as a graphic artist. I wanted to take this opportunity to speak to the Burbank City Council to express my concern about allowing businesses that sell marijuana products into the city. I'm pointing this up because these businesses have historically brought a lot of unwanted baggage along with them, increased crime, accidents, and medical emergencies relating to overdose. The reason being the THC content of marijuana today, edibles and vapes, is far stronger than it was years ago. That makes it very easy to ingest a large amount of THC, leading to drug driving incidents and overdoses. I do respect that a private citizen has an option to use marijuana products should they choose, but I do not feel that I should be put at risk by others who do not use the substances responsibly. And I say that as a driver in the city of Burbank. So I don't want to get into some kind of moral debate about this. As a younger man, I did use marijuana, but that substance is nothing like what is available today when comparing the potency of products that are easily obtainable at this time. I do see that the marijuana industry is definitely a growth market, but I wonder if the potential profits of a business are the only relevant factors to welcome them into a city. I have not seen any news or documentation that shows that marijuana stores have created significant tax income for the cities they're licensed in. In fact, the cost of enforcement and regulation exceed the return on tax to businesses. And this just encourages illegal trade. I'm also concerned that these businesses will inevitably make these substances more easily accessible to kids. I know that on paper no business will sell to kids, but all it takes is an adult willing to buy for younger people or an unscrupulous store employee when these products get into kids' hands. This is concerning because there are reports from the recent Surgeon General that pointedly showed up the risks for younger people taking marijuana products. These include impaired learning and the risk of psychotic disorders. This is documented but not very well publicized. Similarly, there are reputable studies that show that marijuana use by pregnant mothers can cause birth defects. This is covered in California Proposition 65. At the same time, I've heard of pot shops in Colorado routinely suggesting cannabis products as a salve for morning sickness, etc. Cannabis dispensaries are not medical facilities, but it is all too easy for a sales rep in a store to make potentially harmful suggestions that could impact a mother's life and her child's too. The impact of these incidents will fall on the city's police and hospitals. As to crime, the legal marijuana business is heavily undercut by illegal traders at this time. This means that for every legally licensed shop, it can be expected that others will open without license, offering a cheaper product.
Your time is over, sir. Thank you for calling us. Madam City Clerk, next caller.
Our next caller is Jamie Keyser. Jamie, you're live with council.
Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Frutos and City Council members. It's Jamie Keyser, the CEO of the Burbank Chamber of Commerce, and I'm speaking tonight to express our support for the proposed urgency ordinance to temporarily cap service fees charged to third-party food delivery services that is up for discussion on tonight's agenda. This is a topic of discussion we've had with almost all of you to date. We are coming up on a year since our restaurants have been required to close down indoor dining due to state and local stay-at-home orders. The restaurants have adapted and are fighting to keep their doors open while continuing to pay their employees, their rent, and having to rely heavily on enhanced takeout and delivery models of business. The reality of this new normal is that third-party food delivery services like Grubhub, Uber Eats, Postmates, and DoorDash have made record profits. For example, DoorDash reported revenue of $1.92 billion for the first 9 months of 2020. The company also reported a profit of $23 million for the second quarter of 2020. While third-party delivery services are providing a nearly essential platform for our businesses to continue selling their products, these companies have been engaging in price gouging and profiteering of this necessity. Many of our Burbank restaurants are struggling to remain open and survive this economic crisis. The Chamber would not normally be in support of altering one's model through ordinance. However, we find the practices of most third-party delivery apps appalling. They are charging an average of 30% of gross sales to the merchants and another 20% to the consumers. They do not share any information with the merchants regarding their customers. They do not allow them to contact the customers directly if something goes wrong. In essence, they are held hostage and charged for the privilege of using their sites. Restaurants operate on the thinnest margins, and these third-party apps know they control the lion's share of the market and take advantage of the smaller businesses who will do anything to survive until indoor dining is restored. We urge you to implement a common sense cap that allows third-party services to continue making money while also maintaining fairness to our businesses who now must rely on delivery. Here are some basic guidelines that we can implement to benefit our restaurant community. Impose a cap of no more than 20% of the purchase price. Ensure that third-party food delivery services do not penalize drivers due to the reduced fees. Require third-party food delivery services to provide itemized receipts to
Thank you very much. Your time is over. Madam City Clerk, next caller.
Our next caller is Wendy McCormick. Wendy, you are live with council.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Lindsay McCormick, and I'm calling to address the issue of hazard pay in the city of Burbank. I work at Route 648 on West Victory Boulevard, and I've worked there since May 2020. Working this past year has been extremely stressful. I've watched many of my coworkers get sick, and I've watched loved ones die from COVID. Not only am I stressed because of getting sick and affecting others with the disease, I also have to constantly deal with aggressive customers who are threatened or feel threatened when I ask them to put a mask on, and I've been threatened to be shot multiple times. I'm also aggravated because employees are making record profits off of my work, and I believe that we deserve hazard pay like the workers of LA City. Please help us deal with this overwhelming stress, aggravation, and depression that comes with being an essential worker during a pandemic, and give essential workers of Burbank hazard pay. Thank you.
Next caller.
Our next caller is Hannah Murphy. Hannah, you are live with council.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. My name is Hannah Murphy, and I would like to express my support for Burbank's ban on cannabis. I am only 25 years old, but I have seen firsthand some of the damage caused by drug use, both legal and illegal. Some may think some of the damage caused by some may think that cannabis isn't a big deal, or that it is okay because it is natural. However, the way that this drug is modified in present day makes it totally not natural and leads our youth towards other more intense, harmful drugs. My cousin started smoking cannabis to help her with pain from an injury. From there, she started experimenting with other harder drugs, such as ketamine, cocaine, and opioids. She said it was just a phase, but it wasn't. Today, she is a 22-year-old drug addict who may not live to get married or have children of her own. If we make it okay to have cannabis in Burbank, even just one shop, our future generations will be affected and our society's morals will plummet further than they are now. So what can we do about it? Keep the ban and let science catch up. If you think about it, it took decades to prove that traditional cigarettes were harmful, but less time will be needed to prove the case against youth marijuana use. I am asking you, responsible adults, to do the right thing for our children and grandchildren. Let's encourage kids to grow up drug-free. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Madam City Clerk, next caller.
Our next caller is Sarkis Simonian. Sarkis, you're live with council.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Frutos, Vice Mayor Talamantes, and council members. My name is Sarkis Simonian, and I'm the chairman of ANC at Burbank, and I'm calling today in regards to agenda item number 9. I'd like to thank the council for taking up the 2 resolutions ANC at Burbank has been advocating for months now, going back to the earlier resolution by the city during the Artsakh war in October 2020. I also like to thank the city manager, Justin Hess, Judy Wolke, and city clerk Zette Mullins and the staff for the excellent report they prepared for these 2 resolutions. Sadly, the 100th Friendship City status has become irrelevant once the city was illegally occupied by Azerbaijan and its Armenian residents scattered in the remaining Armenian cities of Artsakh and Armenia. As things stand now, the city of Burbank has a Friendship City status with the occupying dictatorship country of Azerbaijan, and that runs against all beliefs and values of Burbank. As for the resolution to recognize Artsakh as an independent state to claim their freedom and the right for self-determination, the resolution embodies all the ideals of freedom, justice, and equality held by Burbank and every single member of this council. It is also a small step to start the healing process of the Armenian community in Burbank. As you know, the Armenian community in Burbank is around 16% of Burbank's entire population, and every single one of them has been directly impacted by the war in Artsakh, whether through immediate family, extended family, or friends who have lost their lives and livelihood during the war. And that's why the resolution to recognize Artsakh is crucial for their healing process. As you know, Congressman Adam Schiff, Senator Anthony Portantino, Assemblywoman Laura Friedman, and Burbank Human Relations Councils were very supportive of ANC's efforts regarding these 2 resolutions when we asked them to write the council about the two resolutions. Therefore, I urge the council to revoke the 100th Friendship City status and issue the resolution recognizing Artsakh as an independent state. Thank you for your continued support and everything that you do for Burbank. Have a good night.
Thank you for your call, Madam City Clerk. Next caller.
Our next caller is Rachel Torres. Rachel, you're live with council.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Frutos and fellow council members. My name is Rachel Torres. I'm the Deputy Political and Civil Rights Director with the United Food and Commercial Workers, Local 770. I'm calling to address 2 issues. One is the third-party delivery cap. We speak in strong support and echo the comments of the chamber. It's an ordinance that protects small business. It's common sense, and it follows strong precedent already passed in the cities of West Hollywood, Los Angeles, LA County unincorporated, only to mention a few other cities that have done these policies to protect small businesses, to protect drivers, and to do the right thing under COVID-19. We also believe that a strong common sense policy would be to enact an emergency temporary ordinance of hazard pay for retail workers in drug and grocery in the city of Burbank. Grocery and drug retailers who have been risking their lives and have been on the front lines of the pandemic for months now have been calling on their corporations to reinstate hazard pay as companies see record profits. Major grocers and drug retail stores, including Albertsons, which owns Vons, Target, and Walmart, agreed to pay Burbank grocery store workers a $2 an hour hazard pay increase last March of 2020, only to end it 6 weeks later in May. Meanwhile, grocery store and drug retail companies have seen their net earnings skyrocket this year. According to a recent study by the Brookings Institute, Albertson had the highest profit growth of all the retail companies. Their pandemic profits are up a stunning 149% in the first 3 quarters of 2020 compared to 2019. The company spent $1.9 billion in stock buybacks in the first 3 quarters of last year, compared to the approximate $350 million that they had spent on hazard pay. COVID-19 rates continue to soar in these stores. To date, over 5,800 UFCW members have contracted COVID-19 in the region. In December and January alone, over 2,500 members have become infected. Over 200 members nationwide have passed away. Recently, both the Burbank Ralphs and the CVS stores have experienced outbreaks with 3 or more employees becoming infected within a 2-week period. We estimate that over 30% of grocery and drug retail workers have become infected with COVID-19. We know the number could be much higher due to the lack of reporting. These numbers are horrifying and demand compensation. This is the right policy for this unprecedented moment. Grocery and drug retail workers, both union and non-union, deserve hazard pay. Large chains can afford it. Long Beach, Montebello, West Hollywood, the city and county of Los Angeles have all passed similar policies, with other cities such as Alhambra moving forward next week. We encourage the city of Burbank to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Madam City Clerk, next caller.
Our next caller is Antranik Jarkovchian. Antranik, you are live with council.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Frutos, Vice Mayor Talamantes, and City Council members. My name is Antranik Jarkovchian. I'm calling on behalf of the Armenian Cultural Foundation Burbank chapter and the Burbank Youth Center at 75 East Santa Anita. Along with the Armenian National Committee, I wish to thank you and to thank the residents of the city of Burbank for the strong support of the people of Artsakh in their struggle for freedom and democracy. The Turkish-backed Azeri aggression has been devastating for the people of Artsakh, and more than ever, we need the city of Burbank to stand strong in support of freedom and democracy and reject Azerbaijani ethnic cleansing efforts. I urge the City Council to recognize the Republic of Artsakh and to send a clear message to Azerbaijan that the civilized world will not accept aggression and will not allow ethnic cleansing. Additionally, while the city of Hadrut remains under the occupation of Azerbaijani forces, the friendship status should be rescinded. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your call. Madam City Clerk, next caller.
Our next caller is Vic Jarami. Vic, you're live with council.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. First, I'd like to correct Mr. Simonian that item number 9, the resolution to recognize the Republic of Artsakh, was not brought forward by ANCA, rather by yours truly. As you know, I made the request for the city of Burbank to consider a resolution to formally recognize the independent Republic of Artsakh. I did this because sometimes change starts at the local level and moves forward. Cities around the globe are standing in solidarity with people of Artsakh and their right to self-determination. To some, this may seem more like formality. But Artsakh's legitimacy in the international community will save lives and hopefully put an end to their 30-plus years of struggle to live peacefully in their ancestral homeland. As far as rescinding the friendship city status of the town of Hadrut in Artsakh, which was not a part of my request and was added later, it is my opinion that it is a premature move. Hadrut has been a part of Artsakh for centuries and has only been occupied by Azerbaijan during the recent war. Its status is uncertain until the Minsk Group of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, also known as OSCE, made up of France, Russia, and the United States, negotiates the borders of Artsakh, including Hadrut. Rescinding the friendship status of Hadrut would be counterproductive to the aspirations of its exiled Armenian citizens to return to their homes. Furthermore, it sends a message to Azerbaijan that Armenians have given up and abandoned Hadrut. The crucial matter tonight is the recognition of the independent Republic of Artsakh. Congressman Schiff has called on the United States government to recognize the independent Republic of Artsakh. In his letter of support, Congressman Schiff stated, "My view then and now was that doing so would be consistent with our support for democracy and the inherent right to self-determination. I also believed it would send a strong message to Azerbaijan and Turkey that we would not simply accept their efforts to withdraw international borders through military force, but we will take a stand for democracy. I am grateful for Congressman Schiff, Senator Portantino, and Assemblymember Friedman for supporting the formal recognition of Artsakh. I thank Councilmember Schultz for supporting my request to create this resolution, and for all of you for considering it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your call. Madam City Clerk, next caller.
Our next caller is Victoria Doshoglian. Victoria, you're live with council.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Talamantes, and council members. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm calling on behalf of Assembly Member Laura Friedman, and she wanted me to read a quick letter that she had sent over to all of you. Dear council members, I was informed recently that the Burbank City Council will be discussing the recognition of the Republic of Artsakh and rescinding the friendship city status between the city of Burbank and the city of Hadrut, formerly in the Republic of Artsakh and now under Azerbaijani occupation. Last year, the Armenian people in Artsakh, the Republic of Armenia, and the diaspora suffered great losses after Azerbaijan launched an attack on Artsakh with the full military support of Turkey on September 27, 2020. Countless homes, buildings, churches, community centers, and many other establishments were destroyed. I have been a proud member of the Armenian caucus since my time in the legislature. I had the honor of visiting Artsakh on a California Assembly delegation in 2017, and seeing cities that I visited left in ruins brings me unimaginable pain. The city of Burbank has been a long-standing ally to the Armenian American community here in California. I respectfully ask the council to continue its support of our Armenian American community and rescind the friendship city status with Hadrut, and also recognize the independent Republic of Artsakh. Sincerely, Assemblymember Laura Friedman. Thank you so much to the council for all your hard work, and a quick happy birthday to the Burbank City Council, and a hello to Janet. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Kenny Lund. Kenny, you're live with council.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me out. I was just calling because I wanted to talk about the issue on marijuana. My personal experience with it is it's been pretty negative. The reason that I'm calling, honestly, is because, I used to smoke weed when I was a bit younger. I'm only 25 now. But I started with many of my friends, and many of my friends and I got into harder drugs from the use of marijuana. Luckily for myself, I was able to actually stop doing it and stop doing these harder drugs as well. But it started out by us just smoking weed, and it leads into a life of having access to these other drugs. And so overall, I think it's a very negative thing, and having it in your community is definitely does not help as well. Recently, I lost my closest friend of when, we were friends since we were kids, and we both started smoking weed together. He died from the use of drugs, and it was a very upsetting thing. So that's why I wanted to speak to you guys on this today. I really appreciate you guys hearing me out. Have a great day.
Thank you for calling in. Madam City Clerk, next caller, please.
Our next caller is Tiran Krikorian. Tiran, you're live with council.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Tiran Krikorian, and I'm calling regarding agenda item number 9. As an Armenian American born in Burbank and descendant of survivors of the Armenian genocide, I encourage the Burbank City Council to revoke the Hadrut Friendship City Resolution and to recognize Artsakh as an independent state, and by doing so send a strong message that the city of Burbank does not tolerate human rights violations or war crimes, and stands in solidarity with Armenian survivors of the recent ethnic cleansing campaign committed by Azerbaijan and Turkey against Armenians who are Christian minorities in the region. Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your call. Madam City Clerk, next caller, please.
Coming through.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Armand Agakamian. Armand, you're live with council.
Good evening, school board member. Welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Frutos and distinguished members of the Burbank Council. Since this is my first appearance with the new council, first I want to congratulate our new elected members, Mr. Anthony and Mr. Schultz. I also want to thank our former council members, Mr. Murphy and Emily Gable-Lottie, not only for their service, but also for standing in solidarity with the people of Armenia and Artsakh when they passed the resolution last year. I am calling you and urging you to adopt the resolution rescinding the Friendship City status of the town of Hadrut in Nagorno-Karabakh and consideration of support for recognition of the independent Republic of Artsakh. I've always been proud, for my city to have a city in Nagorno-Karabakh as a friendship city, Hadrut, but unfortunately, due to what happened last year, the city is no longer a part of our hopefully soon to be independent Republic of Artsakh. Again, this is not just only about the Armenian community. This is about human rights. This is about a war that has affected all of us. I have family over there who, as we speak, are affected by these crimes against humanity. And my hope is that, once, Republic of Artsakh does become an independent country, will not have a friendship city, but a sister city in Nagorno-Karabakh. So I urge you to support this resolution, and I want to thank you for bringing this important topic to tonight's meeting. Thank you very much, and you have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Dr. Akatanian, school board member. Madam City Clerk, next caller, please.
Our next caller is Andre Dionysian. Andre, you're live with council.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and the rest of the City Council. I just wanted to I'll keep this brief for the collective sanity of us all. I would like to say thank you to the Council for being so proactive on the issue of Artsakh. The Armenian community in Burbank greatly appreciates how we are able to both pay attention on local issues, which are of great importance, and also look at the broader global community and say, well, we should be setting an example here, and I think the city of Burbank is setting a great example. I understand there seems to be some sort of confusion as to who originated the idea of this resolution. I don't think it matters. I think tonight we should all be very proud this city is taking these steps of action, and I want to thank you all for that. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Madam City Clerk, next caller, please.
Our next caller is Albert Hernandez. Albert, you are live with council.
Good evening, Mr. Hernandez, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Frutos, council members, and city staff. This is Albert Hernandez, Executive Director of Family Promise, a Burbank homeless service provider serving the community since 2010. I'm calling in today to express my support on agenda item number 7, an amendment on the appropriations of CARES Act and Measure H funds, specifically focusing on rental assistance. Since June 2020, the city has partnered with Family Promise in administering the CARES rental relief program for individuals and families in Burbank who have been financially impacted by COVID-19, causing our residents to fall behind on rent. It has been nearly 9 months ago that the city staff and council has trusted our organization to operate the program so that our residents could stay afloat as much as possible during these difficult and uncertain times. I'm hoping tonight that council does approve the amendment so Family Promise is able to support more households in need. While the program has been successful in helping our residents with rental assistance, we in turn have also been providing resources and support to our Burbank landlords. Throughout the last 9 months, we have leveraged our own resources and expertise by providing additional support to Burbank residents, including food, job referrals, counseling, and ultimately just trying to keep everyone focused, positive, and knowing that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. With 150 households benefiting from the first round of funding, we are anxious to continue serving even more households who are still facing challenging times. With this amendment, if funded, we will not only be able to serve an additional 100 plus of Burbank residents with rental assistance, but we have agreed to support the vision of the city staff by also screening and administering financial support for those residents who are behind on their utility bills with the Burbank Water and Power Department. During our time in which we have spoken with residents, we have witnessed so many in need, even nearly 1 year later. So many of our residents are scared about their future. Many residents continue to panic about what will happen when the rental moratorium is lifted later this year. Yes, unfortunately, the total number of funds will not be able to help everyone in need. And yes, many will still be behind on rent. However, with your support and your allocation of additional funds, we'll be able to keep residents from accumulating larger debt. We as a team, and when I say team, I mean you, my city council members, and our partners at the city staff, will be able to bring more comfort to the homes of families in Burbank. Together, we'll be able to continue to be that beacon of hope that we all need right now. Family Promise appreciates all the work that the city staff have done and the decisions city council has made to keep our city moving during these difficult times. Let us continue to be your partner, and please vote yes tonight to amend the budget and allow more rental relief for our community. Thank you, Mr. Frutos.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez, for your call. Madam City Clerk, next caller, please.
Next caller is Nikki Perez. Nikki, you are live with council.
Good evening, Ms. Perez. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Frutos, and good evening to all the members of the council. I know I sent an email earlier, but I also wanted to take a second to voice my opinion on some very important matters. And first of all, I want to take some time to thank you all for what you're doing to really protect all of us here in the city as we deal with the economic, health, and all-around crisis that is this unprecedented pandemic. So thank you for all the work that you're doing. And I'm calling now to urge you to please continue that work. And I'm calling in support of the urgency ordinance to temporarily cap the third-party service delivery fees and the hazard pay for our grocery and retail workers. I care deeply about our small businesses and our frontline workers as they're the backbone of our city. And our restaurants have taken on so many changes and challenges to keep the public safe during the pandemic. Our grocery workers have also been on the front lines. So I think these are two groups of folks who have really taken on the burden, and I hope that you consider supporting them tonight. And finally, as you've heard tonight, the proposed delivery fee cap ordinance is supported by the Burbank Chamber of Commerce, other small business owners, and I've personally spoken with business owners in Magnolia Park where I live, and they've shared with me the detrimental issues that are caused by the delivery fees and how outrageous they are that they literally destroy their profit margin. You know, many have reached out to their faithful customer base, pleading with them to order takeout rather than using the third-party delivery service. And currently, our small businesses are losing out on what could be very helpful for them during the pandemic. So I really hope you can join me and our business community as we ask for the help, and I hope you can stand with them tonight. Thank you for all you've done, and I'm hopeful for all that you will do. Have a great night.
Thank you for your call. Madam City Clerk, next caller, please.
Our next caller is Kristen Roberts. Kristen, you are live with council.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Kristen Roberts, Senior Property Development Manager, Fry Cook and Cashier for Raising Cane's. I just wanted to take a quick moment and speak to you briefly. I know you're very busy and have a long night. Raising Cane's is very excited to be a part of the Burbank community. We have a 25-year history of successfully balancing growth with the needs of each community we partner with. We've been working very closely with City of Burbank staff and are communicating directly to coordinate surrounding resident outreach as we speak. We recently became aware of increasing adjacent neighborhood concerns and are working closely with staff in discussing those concerns. We commit to a clean, safe, and very welcoming new development on a parcel that has had a vacant building for some time. And just wanted to let you know, prior to any work starting, Raising Cane's worked very closely with city staff and the property owner, and we fenced off the parcel to discourage less than desirable activities well before Raising Cane's even took possession of the property. We're committed to our mission, and our vision in Burbank is no different. In addition to the number of jobs we provide locally, we're very excited to partner with local organizations and become a part of the neighborhood. I thank you all so very much for everything you're doing and for the City of Burbank, and thank you for the opportunity tonight. One love, and thank you again.
Thank you for your call. Madam City Clerk, next caller, please.
Our next caller is Tamala Takahashi. Tamala, you're live with council.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Tamala Takahashi, 22-year resident of Burbank. I have comments on a number of items tonight. Regarding item number 1, the AUP ordinance, I support the urgency ordinance to update the alcohol licensing AUP process and encourage council to consider implementing this change in the entire city as soon as feasible to reduce unnecessary stop it, I can't read my handwriting, unnecessary boundaries starting new businesses. Regarding item 6, update on homelessness. The homelessness support system in Burbank has greatly improved since the years ago when the homelessness task force was formed, paying particular attention to strategy number 5, outreach and coordination of services. Now that we have a number of services available, it's vitally important to provide easy access and awareness about these services into one location, such as a coordination or navigation center, and to offer community outreach and education to prevent homelessness in the first place. Regarding item 7, use of community block grant funds for COVID relief, thank you for considering approving another round of grant funding for our renters and small businesses. Please, in your considerations tonight, give high priority to micro businesses. Local businesses who have fewer than 5 employees, sometimes no employees at all, and the owners do all the work. Many of our businesses in Burbank are micro businesses, and they need the help the most. Regarding item number 8, ordinances to cap delivery fees, I'm very much in support of the cap on food delivery fees. The current fee systems are a form of price gouging. As you are considering this, please also protect the drivers and the consumers to ensure that the fees don't get passed down to them and price gouged in a different way. Regarding item number 9, rescinding the friendship status with Hadrut, I support our Armenian neighbors. Please listen to them tonight and make very careful considerations on this matter on how Burbank can show support for an independent Artsakh. And lastly, in general, as we are moving forward with immunizations and possibly considering moving back to in-person council meetings, please consider keeping the ability to call into council for those who are not able to attend in person. We've seen a lot more of comments from a wider variety of residents, and I think that's important to remain as we move forward. I support this being a permanent addition to the council and commission meetings moving forward. And also, since we've been doing council meetings online for a year now, please consider reinstating the ability to comment for each item individually. 3 minutes is enough for one item, but it's very difficult to sufficiently address all the issues with 3 minutes. I did it tonight, but I really had to squish my information together in order to make it all fit. Thank you for your attention to my comments tonight, and have a good rest of your meeting.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, Madam City Clerk.
Our next caller is Linda Besson. Linda, you are live with council.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Frutos and council members. Tonight, council is reviewing Mr. Prescott's staff report on how Burbank is addressing homelessness in our community. There are 2 strategies in the report I would like to comment on. You are aware that a tweet from the city of Burbank on February 3rd announcing a homeless abatement met with a firestorm of a response from the community. Strategy 5 in this report discusses community awareness and outreach, and this firestorm reflects that the communication given to the community is not constructive and not particularly judicious. On one hand, you have residents who are outraged at the implications of the use of the word abatement and the absence of any information as to what happened to those displaced and affected. Then you have residents who are convinced that every homeless person is a drug addict and automatically a scourge for Burbank. The only plan of action to engage the community is an informational video, which is not enough. If you want to educate the public as to the complexities of homelessness, a full social media strategy must be utilized, as well as integration of all methods of communication used to contact and inform residents. This tweet did more harm than good. I hope that it is understood that a complex problem requires a continuing and sophisticated strategy to communicate with all of us and not a one-and-done response. In addition, Strategy 6, pertaining to rehousing, needs to be integrated into Strategy 5 communications. If you're going to talk about the complexities of homelessness and why it happens, then we need data regarding those in Burbank who are rehoused to the extent that their privacy is protected. We need to know why these people were homeless, how the proper solutions were determined so that rehousing is a success for them, and what the outcomes were. Again, many of the responses to the February 3rd tweet demanded to know what happened to these people who were evicted from this location. If you want to engage the community and make them both understand the problems and be a part of the solutions, this data and information regarding the process used to rehome is vital to share. You have a chance to make allies and partners with many people who truly want to help. And the fact that this is not being done is a disappointing loss of opportunity. Finally, in regard to additional funding, I question whether all has been done to obtain Measure H funds to the extent that Burbank is permitted. For example, there was a request for a full-time staff member to help manage the homelessness plan. Is this new position something Measure H funds could pay for? We need a transparent, comprehensive, and public discussion of why Burbank has received such a minimal amount of Measure H funds, considering how much we have paid in sales tax for this effort. Has staff or council addressed this concern with Supervisor Barger? It is the Board of Supervisors that ultimately decides the Measure H allocations, and it's time for us to be more aggressive about obtaining funds for the services we are providing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Gerald Gates. Gerald, you are live with council.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you in regards to a very, very important matter that we all feel that's important as employees here in the city of Burbank. Again, my name is Gerald Gates. I work at the Burbank Pavilions, a job in which I love, as the wine steward, level 2 master sommelier. I really enjoy the job. I've lived in Burbank on and off for over 27 years, and I love it. Absolutely love the wonderful city of Burbank. Experiences that I've had during the COVID-19 pandemic, dealing with the COVID-19, has been rewarding. At the same time, it's been scary. Many of the staff members at my location have had to quarantine due to the coronavirus after contracting the symptoms, and some contracting the virus, the entire families. And I feel it's important that the city of Burbank really pay close attention to the importance of kind of supporting the workers for their continued dedication to servicing the community, and take it upon themselves not to stay home and to collect checks, of $600, $1,400, or $2,000, whatever they're offering. We each and every day get up and come to work to service the community. I do feel that we do have a legitimate argument, or even a legitimate right, to ask for this company that we work for to offer the frontline employee hero pay, considering that we do have to deal with hazards on a day-to-day basis. It's only fair. They're experiencing record profits. I mean, for instance, Kroger has recorded $2 billion plus in the last quarter in profits, and they're still denying us the opportunity to just be compensated, to profit share in the success of the corporations. Many of the cities, like Los Angeles, County of Montebello, Irvine, Long Beach, West Hollywood is offering it, Oakland, the city of Berkeley. Many of these communities are doing the right thing by supporting the hard work and the dedication, and also acknowledging the risks that the individuals who work in their communities are taking each and every day to service the community. I think that Burbank, the city council, always on top, the front
Thank you
end
very much.
of-
Your 3 minutes are over. Madam City Clerk, next caller.
Our next caller is Emily Weisberg. Emily, you are live with council.
Good evening, Ms. Weisberg, school board member. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Frutos. Good evening, City Council members. I'm calling in support of two things. I'm calling in support of hazard pay for our grocery and drug retail workers. Here in Burbank, these men and women have worked tirelessly during the pandemic despite very real threats to their safety and largely without the protection of vaccines. They absolutely deserve a temporary raise in their wages as they serve our community as heroes and essential workers. I hope we join our neighbors in Los Angeles, Altadena, West Hollywood, and Montebello in showing our support for these men and women who have made it possible for us to function during the last year. I respectfully ask this council to move forward on this important policy. I'm also calling to support the emergency ordinance to temporarily cap service fees charged by third-party food delivery services. For nearly a year, our local restaurants have had to remain largely closed due to necessary but challenging state and local stay-at-home orders. We can't stand by and watch our local businesses suffer as these third-party food delivery services like Grubhub, Uber Eats, and DoorDash, who we all know have made record profits, continue to price gouge these businesses with exorbitant fees. This ordinance is a common-sense cap that will allow third-party services to continue making money while maintaining fairness for our businesses who rely on delivery. I know how much the City Council cares about our small businesses, but it's time we put Burbank before Silicon Valley. I strongly urge you to do the right thing and to pass this urgency ordinance and protect our Burbank restaurants. Thank you for your time and for the good work you're doing.
Thank you, school board member. Thank you for calling in. Madam City Clerk, next caller.
Our next caller is Gloria Salas. Gloria, you're live with council.
Good evening, Ms. Salas. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Frutos, Vice Mayor Talamantes, and City Council members. I'm here to add my voice to those before me who are recommending that you pass the urgency ordinance to temporarily cap the service fees that are being charged by food delivery services. My husband and I have been patronizing our favorite neighborhood restaurants during this pandemic, and one of the complaints we've heard from several restaurant owners is the cut in profits that are caused by these third-party delivery services. And secondly, as I mentioned in my email to the council a few weeks ago, I also urge you to rescind the sister city status between Burbank and Hadrut, and to also recognize Artsakh as an independent state, as has our neighboring city, Glendale. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your call. Madam City Clerk, next caller.
Our next caller is Saro Kirkonian. Saro, you're live with council.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Frutos and honorable council members. I wish to thank you for allowing me to speak on agenda item number 9, I am a member of the Armenian Bar Association Board of Governors and also co-chairman of the Artsakh Law Initiative Committee. I'm calling to ask your support for agenda item number 9. 2 years ago, I had the honor of visiting Artsakh, and I saw there the indigenous Armenian people struggling for their self-determination, and they have built a beautiful democracy there. And your vote in favor of this resolution will promote the spread of democracy around the world in Artsakh, and also it will send a clear message that the Burbank residents reject Armenophobia and the dictatorship that is trying to impose their will upon the indigenous people of Artsakh. So I urge you to, and I commend you for the leadership in hearing this resolution, and I urge your support for it, just as Congressman Schiff and Assemblymember Friedman and Senator Portantino have done supporting this. So I thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you for your call. Madam City Clerk, next caller.
Mr. Mayor, we don't have any more callers in queue, so it's safe to go ahead and close the public comment.
So on the advice of our city clerk, I now declare the public period closed. Now is the time for a brief response from our city council members, city manager, or the city attorney. Which council member? Councilmember Schultz, you have the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everyone who called in. I want to echo the comments of, I believe it was Ms. Takahashi, who just noted the tremendous involvement that we've had recently. Thank you, everyone, to calling. The only question I have is we had a number of calls related to hazard pay, and I believe our city manager may have an update on if or when the city council might be considering that.
Mr. City Manager, would you like to weigh in or wait till the end after council members complete comments to weigh in?
Whatever your preference is, Mr.
Let's
Mayor.
wait till we hear all council members. Anything else, Councilmember Schultz?
No, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other council member like to weigh in? Councilmember Anthony, you have the mic, sir.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who called in. I just want to remind everyone this may be a long meeting. If you're waiting for the thing that you want to hear us talk about, you can always watch it on YouTube after the fact. I know we have to be here all night, but you don't have to stay awake. So you can look for the replay as well if you want to see those. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other council member would like to weigh in? Councilmember Springer, followed by Vice Mayor. Go ahead, Councilmember Springer, you have the mic.
Thank you. I would like to thank everybody for calling in, and some of the items will be discussed later. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, you have the mic, sir.
It's pretty much the same thing. I just like to thank everybody for taking the time and weighing in and sharing their thoughts with us. And the majority of the items are going to be discussed at the agenda. So thank you very much for coming.
I also want to thank everybody for calling in this evening. I'm going to hold back because most of it is related to a future agenda item on our calendar this evening. But I would like to address Ms. Besson with regards to Measure H funds. I know myself and Vice Mayor and Councilmember Springer, with our several meetings that we've had with our supervisor, we've actually asked the big question, why out of $9 million annually in sales tax revenue for Measure H, the city of Burbank only gets $77,000, and the answer from the supervisor, not the 3 senior council members, is that this was a county initiative and the taxes go to the county, which is administered through the County Board of Supervisors. Hopefully that might help you out. And Mr. City Manager, I now give you the mic to answer Councilmember Nick Schultz's question.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As far as the hazard pay or hero pay, that is on our to-do list. We are trying to schedule that. It's probably going to be towards the end of the month, so most likely the March 30th. At worst, it's that next meeting in April. So that's where we're looking at. We should finalize that. We need to go through the agenda to make sure that we don't have too much on there, but we'll figure it out as far as end of the month or that first week in April.
Okay, thank you for the update, Mr. City Manager. Now we're moving on to item L as in Lincoln, consent calendar. The consent calendar may be enacted by one motion. Madam City Clerk, may I trouble you to please read the consent calendar for this evening?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Consent calendar item number 1, introduction and adoption of an urgency ordinance temporary removing the administrative use permit for new restaurants and determining incidental sales of alcohol beverages for on-site consumption to be an auxiliary use at restaurants, breweries, and distills and wineries in the downtown central business district. Item number 2, adoption of resolution extending the local emergency caused by COVID-19 and authorization of vaccine program agreement with BUSD. Item number 3, adoption of resolution establishing the salaries and conflict of interest code, designation of the classification of police communication manager, lead jailer, senior property and evidence technician, and property and evidence technician, and approving the citywide salary schedule. Moving on to item number 4, adoption of resolution revising the specification for the classification of electrician apprentice program. So that conclude all 4 items on the agenda.
Did you read number 5, or did I miss it?
That's under public hearing.
5, adoption of resolution specific class. Okay, thank you. I was
You're
looking at the
welcome.
wrong one. Thank you for correcting.
It's okay. My eyes are not perfect, so.
Neither are mine. That's why I got glasses. But thank
We're
you.
good.
Is there a motion, council members? Councilmember Schultz, and
Mr.
second
Mayor?
by Vice Mayor. Madam City Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Vice Mayor.
I'd like to pull number 3. I've got a few questions on it.
No discussion, but a few questions?
Yeah.
Okay, you got it, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
with regards to item 1, I want to ask one question of staff. Would it be appropriate to do it now, or do I need to pull that from the consent?
If it's a question, we could tackle on the question like the Vice Mayor. But if it's going to be a discussion, then it has to go at the end of the meeting. So,
Just one question, sir.
perfect. If we can pull item number 1 for a question, you have the mic, Councilmember Schultz, followed by the next item by the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question for staff, we had a caller who was calling in support of the ordinance regarding the AUP requirement. And the caller asked why we're not looking at applying that requirement outside of downtown Burbank. And I was wondering if staff could just give a little context for why the recommendation is limited to downtown Burbank.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Mary Zillian with the Community Development Department. I will do my best to answer this question, and I know we have our City Planner, Fred Ramirez, and Greg Mirzavaki also available to answer any additional questions. So AUP requirements in downtown are unique to downtown Burbank because they are triggered when a restaurant wants to occupy a space that was previously not occupied as a restaurant. When the space changes from one restaurant to another, the AUP is also triggered when the new restaurant would require a higher parking rate, or a new restaurant would require to sell alcohol or beverages when they get in before. So basically, it's a unique AUP for downtown. AUP requirements in other areas throughout the city are put in place to protect our residential neighborhoods. A restaurant can occupy any space in Magnolia Park or the Media District or any other part of the city as long as the zoning is allowed. However, what may trigger the need for AUP is the higher parking requirement as opposed to the previous use. If the proposed space does not fulfill the parking requirement, then they need to apply for an AUP. If an AUP or a new restaurant is up to 2,000 square feet, they can locate in a space previously used as a retail or office without having to provide any additional parking. In those scenarios, a restaurant of any size can use the reduced parking ratio of 3.3 spaces per 1,000 square feet of adjusted gross floor area with an AUP. So ultimately, the AUP in downtown is unique to downtown. In other parts of the city, we do require AUP in case of parking requirements and to help protect our residential neighborhoods.
Thank you.
You're okay now with that question?
You might have to turn on the TV, babe.
I am okay with it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. If there's no more questions on this item, then Vice Mayor, your item for question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I started early, obviously. Yes, and in regards to this item, on page 2 of the staff report, it deals, it outlines what new positions are being asked for. Under the police communications manager classification, it says that thereby relieving the sworn police personnel who currently supervise the center. My question is, how many police personnel will be relieved?
Yes, Vice Mayor Talamantes. I'm Betsy McClinton with the Management Services Department. I believe that it's a lieutenant who oversees the communications center along with some other duties. So the idea is that the police communications manager would be a civilian manager over the communications center that would relieve the lieutenant who currently supervises that section.
And what other responsibilities? So he'll be relieved of that responsibility, and he will be moving somewhere else?
So I can certainly tell you what that lieutenant currently supervises. I know that we have some police staff who are here at the council meeting as well, and they could speak to what, if anything, would replace those duties. But in terms of the communications center, forgive me, it's actually a police captain who oversees the communications center, and that captain also oversees the animal shelter, the records, building services, property evidence, communications, and the jail as well. So I do not believe, I think I misspoke, that it's a captain that oversees that whole division rather than a lieutenant.
Okay, so it's a captain, and he'll be relieved of those duties, which frees him up to do other duties, or?
To do all of the other items and support services, all of the other items that I mentioned, yes. And I do see.
Do you happen to know what percentage of his day is spent supervising the communications center?
You know, that I don't know, but Captain Irving is actually here at the council meeting. And so I would defer to him to speak to what amount of time he spends supervising the comm center.
Hi, good evening. I'm Captain Travis Irving. Hard to give you an estimate. It varies a lot day to day. Recently, we had issues with some COVID exposures. When that was happening, I was spending the majority of my day dealing with the supervisors that I have, trying to ensure that we had adequate staffing day to day. And along the same lines, we were trying to decontaminate the communications center. I was involved in trying to relocate the center to our mobile command post. That turned into quite a project that we're still working on because it wasn't quite ready to do that. So it varies a lot day to day. The structure right now is I have 4 supervisors that work in the communications center. They're all direct reports to me. But historically, we've had a lieutenant in that position. It happened to be me before when I was a lieutenant still. And at that time, I also oversaw the jail and the property wing. So it's always been, not always, I guess maybe 10 years ago or so, it used to be a lieutenant would run just the communications center. Then over the years, we added a couple more responsibilities. So currently right now, we did not fill it with the lieutenant in the hopes of eventually getting to civilianize that position, putting in a non-sworn person. And I would still oversee that position. For instance, I have a non-sworn supervisor or a manager in the jail, but that person still reports to me and is still in my chain.
So so this new communications manager will be reporting to you as well, yes. Right?
That's correct. Okay.
Do you happen to know if all these positions that are being asked for, they're going to be going out for recruitment?
All of them will, yes. Right now, we're not looking at filling them immediately, but when we do, yes, we would open them up competitively.
Okay. And now, as far as when it comes to the salary, of the 4 positions, you know, it says that proposed monthly salary ranges under consideration were determined by reviewing internal relationships within the department and are as follows. So we're looking at the internal relationships within the department. Are we saying, go ahead.
I think that's what that is referring to is the position that would be immediately below it and the position that would be above it, so that the salary is somewhere in between, not sufficient enough of a raise to make it worthwhile for someone to do, but also not quite as high as the position above it. So I think the communications manager salary would fall somewhere between the communications supervisor salary and a lieutenant salary. I think that's what it was actually written by the HR staff. So maybe that's if you clarify that, but I believe that's what they meant by that.
I think that Captain Irving covered it sufficiently.
And that goes true for all the other three as well.
Yes.
So you're looking at the one above and the one below it and pick the middle?
Something like that.
Okay. So we didn't really do a survey about what other cities are paying with that rank or anything like that position?
Also, Vice Mayor Talamantes, we did also do a survey, and forgive us, we should have mentioned that in the staff report as well. Typically, when we're establishing titles, we will look at both market and internal relationships to be sure that we're serving both purposes. So we did that in both cases, and we were able to set the salaries looking at both of those items.
But that wasn't in the report.
That wasn't in the report, and we should have mentioned that we did do surveys for salary for all of these titles, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Captain.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Anthony, just a question.
I don't have a question. I just have a comment on number 2.
Okay, then let's pull number 2.
I just wanted to say that, for number 2, the vaccination program and agreement with the Burbank Unified School District, there's a lot of people in Burbank, a lot of families who are privileged enough to be able to keep their kids at home. And, I'm one of those people, and that's fine, but there's a lot of working class folks who need an option for in-person schooling or some hybrid form. And so I just want to say thank you to the city manager and the city, Burbank Fire Department, putting this agreement together, getting our teachers vaccinated.
Okay, thank you, council members. We've got a lot on our agenda, just trying to keep us, and I want to get to our homeless report. So thank you for understanding. Now can I ask, if everybody's in agreement, I'd like to ask the city clerk to call for the roll. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Talamantes,
Yes.
Councilmember Anthony,
Yes.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Mayor Frutos.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Anthony, for understanding our thank you. Okay, moving on to item M, a public hearing. This is the time and place for the hearing on project number 18-000-2676, a Fourth Amendment to the Development Agreement for Planned Development PD 2001-2 for the Bob Hope Office Center located at 3201 West Olive Avenue, extending the development agreement to April 30th, 2022. If you wish to comment on this item, please call now at 818-238-3335. Again, if you wish to weigh in on this public hearing regarding extending the development agreement to April 30th, 2022, now is the time to call in at 818-238-3335. You will be placed in the queue until the public hearing comment period begins. Before we begin, are there any disclosures relating to this hearing? Council members? I have 2 disclosures. I did have a member within 1,000 feet of this basically weigh in with her thoughts, but I did not engage her in a back and forth conversation. And then I did receive an email Sunday night by the developer wishing to engage with me if I had any questions for tonight's meeting. I did not respond back to him because this is a public hearing. Okay, Ms. Mullins, have the notices as required by law been given?
Yes, they have.
Thank you. Do we have the complete files of exhibits, correspondence, emails, and other documents?
Yes, you do.
Council members, do you have them with you as we begin this public hearing? Just by a nod? Yes, yes? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Madam, Councilmember Sharon Springer, you have the mic.
Yes, I just have a question for Amy Albano, our City Attorney
Sure.
Albano.
Madam City Attorney?
I too received an email from the developer and I just declined, help. I mean, I did acknowledge, I don't know if I need to disclose that, but I did not engage with him.
That's good enough for government work. It's in the
That's
record.
perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Springer. Council members, Schultz?
Same as with my colleagues, received an email from the developer, did not engage.
That's important for the record. Okay. Vice Mayor?
Let me weigh in as well. I believe that the email went to all council members, so likewise.
Okay, then all council members, obviously by look, they did not respond back to the developer. Thank you very much. That's good enough for government work, Madam City Attorney? Yes? Outstanding. Will the representative of the Community Development Department please introduce yourself and summarize the matter for us and the members of the public?
Yes, good evening, Mayor Frutos and Council. My name is Lisa Frank, Senior Planner in the Community Development Department, and we have a pre-recorded presentation for this item. So if we please get the presentation. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Frutos and members of the City Council. My name is Lisa Frank, Senior Planner in the Community Development Department. Tonight, the City Council will consider a request for extension of time of a development agreement for Planned Development 2001-2, the Bob Hope Office Center project, located at 3201 West Olive Avenue.
Ms. Frank, I think I lost your voice. Do you want to go through it and I'll flip your slides?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure, no problem.
Just let me
Got my
know when you
backup
want me to change.
Okay, no problem. So picking up from there, the request is regarding a proposed Fourth Amendment to the development agreement for this planned development. The purpose of the amendment is to allow additional time for the city to complete an environmental impact report that would study a longer-term development agreement amendment through July 7th, 2027. This amendment only proposes an extension of time from April 30th, 2021 to April 30th, 2022 in order to complete the Environmental Impact Report, or EIR, for the longer-term extension. The Fourth Amendment before you tonight does not propose other changes to the existing development agreement or conditions of approval. Next slide, please. The request is regarding a proposed Fourth Amendment to the development agreement for this planned development, or PD. The purpose of the amendment is to allow additional time for the city to complete an environmental impact report that would study a longer-term development agreement amendment through July 7th, 2027. This amendment only proposes an extension of time from April 30th, 2021 to April 30th, 2022 in order to complete the Environmental Impact Report, or EIR, for the longer-term extension. The Fourth Amendment before you tonight does not propose any other changes to the existing development agreement or conditions of approval. The project site is a vacant 1.4-acre property located in the Media District Specific Plan area. The site is bounded by Alameda Avenue to the north, Olive Avenue to the south, and Lima Street to the west, with California Street bisecting the project site. This image also gives an idea of the zoning in the surrounding area, which includes planned developments for the Talaria project, Burbank Studios, and the Pinnacle Media offices, as well as multifamily and single-family zoned properties to the north of Alameda. This slide shows the proposed site plan for the project. The site is currently entitled for 109,470 office equivalent gross square feet, or OEGSF, of office building. OEGSF is a concept within the Media District Specific Plan area that establishes different development intensities for different uses depending on their peak hour trip generation compared to that of a general office use. This image shows the conceptual 3-story office elevation for the site. Now I will walk through the history of the Plan Development and Development Agreement. Number 1. The original PD and DA were approved on May 29, 2001 to build out 103,500 OEGSF of office space and a 20,000 square foot, 300-seat live performing arts theater/museum, which equated to 5,970 OEGSF. The term of the original agreement was for a 10 to 13-year period, depending on the phase of development. Number 2. Next, on April 22, 2008, the City approved the First Amendment to the Development Agreement. This amendment eliminated the 20,000 square foot theater/museum building and increased the office space by 5,970 square feet to an overall office square footage of 109,470 OEGSF, the same as the Council is seeing tonight. Number 3. After the First Amendment, the DA was set to expire on July 7, 2011. On September 21, 2010, the City approved the Second Amendment to the Development Agreement to extend the entitlement of the 109,470 OEGSF office building to July 7, 2019. Number 4. On April 17, 2018, the developer submitted a request to extend the vesting terms of the DA for PD 2001-2 to July 2027. Staff determined that the impacts of such an extension would need to be studied through preparation of an Environmental Impact Report, or EIR, and a 12-month extension was requested with no change to the office entitlement so that an updated EIR could be prepared before consideration of the longer-term extension to 2027. This was the Third Amendment that was approved by the Planning Board and City Council in 2019, extending the term of the PD to December 31st, 2020. During that 12 months, the City's environmental consultant, Michael Baker International, began working on the EIR with City staff and the applicant. However, ultimately it did not move forward because some of the required application materials were not submitted by the project developer within sufficient time. Number 5. As the PD was set to expire December 31st, 2020, on December 20th, 2020, the project applicant requested a short-term administrative extension to the DA, citing Section 7.03 of the DA pertaining to delays resulting from unforeseen circumstances or events beyond the developer's control. In making this request, the developer indicated that their delay was related to challenges they experienced relating to the COVID-19 pandemic. The Community Development Director considered the request and approved a 4-month extension from December 31st, 2020 to April 30th, 2021. As indicated in their updated application provided with the staff report, the developer still wishes to propose a longer-term extension through 2027. As such, a 12-month extension is now requested to allow time for completion of the EIR. The developer also indicated that during the prior 12-month extension, they determined that they would also propose a mixed-use concept as a project alternative to be studied in the EIR. And most recently, on February 8, 2021, the Planning Board recommended City Council approval of the Fourth Amendment to the Development Agreement as part of Resolution Number 3427. As previously noted, in 2018, the project applicant proposed a Third Amendment to extend the development agreement and unmodified entitlements for the 109,470 OEGSF office building until July 7, 2027. At present, with the recent 4-month interim extension, the DA for the PD has vested rights to proceed with the previously approved project entitlements for the 109,470 OEGSF office building until April 30th, 2021. The 4-month extension was granted by the Community Development Director pursuant to the terms of the DA, as the project applicant indicated that despite the delays resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic, they still wish to proceed with the long-term extension request. Staff is recommending a 12-month extension of the development agreement until April 30th, 2022, in order to provide the time necessary to complete the EIR process that was not finished during the previous 12-month extension. Subject to City Council approval of the applicant's request for additional time to complete the EIR, The Fourth Amendment to the DA for PD number 2001-2 would include the time extension until April 30th, 2022, without any changes to the previous approvals. The EIR would study the extension of the DA to July 7th, 2027, and would include analysis of the alternative development scenario being proposed by the applicant. If the one-year extension is approved, the Planning Board and City Council will have an opportunity to make a decision on the longer-term request for a 5-year extension at the completion of the EIR as part of the review of associated project entitlements. The request to extend the development agreement was subject to a Planning Board recommendation to the City Council. On February 8, 2021, the Planning Board reviewed and recommended to the City Council approval of the request to extend the DA until April 30th, 2022 to complete the EIR analysis. During the hearing, the Planning Board was supportive of redevelopment of the site and supportive of a housing option for future consideration. As noted in the staff report and as reflected in the Planning Board recommendation, it is staff's assessment that the project is consistent with Burbank 2035 General Plan goals, policies, programs, and envisioned land uses, including maintaining quality of life by carefully balancing the needs of future business occupants with residents and the surrounding community, while accommodating a mix of uses that support the economic vitality of the city, in this case within the General Plan Media District Commercial Land Use Designation, our regional employment center comprised of a variety of media-oriented and commercial uses. Consistent with the Planning Board recommendation, staff recommends that the City Council introduce an ordinance of the Council of the City of Burbank approving the Fourth Amendment to the Development Agreement related to Plan Development Number 2001-2, Project Number 18-0002676. This concludes the presentation. Staff and the applicant are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we open the hearing to the public, I would like to invite the applicant or their representative to address the City Council. You will have a maximum time of 15 minutes to make your presentation.
Good evening, Mr.
Good evening, sir.
Sorry. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members and staff. This is a pretty simple request in that we're only asking for a 1-year extension so that we can do environmental review for the project that's been approved since the Hope family got it entitled back in 2001. We added a project alternative so that we could hopefully have a project, one or the other, get completed within this request of the 2027 timeframe. But that comes before you later after this 1-year extension, the work that's done. One point I'd like to make: there had been a number of extensions previously. The majority of those were done by the prior owner. We didn't acquire this property until 2012. We've built 9 office buildings in the city of Burbank. We're currently under construction on our 10th and 11th buildings on the Burbank Studios. Nobody's built a building since we've owned this site. The last building that we completed was 2009. We bought this site in 2012. The market hasn't been attractive to build new office buildings since we've owned this site. We obviously feel that we're pretty capable of determining when it's a good time to construct a building in this city. We've done it many times before, and we look forward to doing this. We just thought we should add this project alternative as an avenue to get something constructed on the site before, during the potential extension request that will come to you later. So I'm available for questions, obviously, and I thank you for your time, but that's all we have at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Worth. Would your representative like to continue? You still have some time.
No, we're okay. I just also have to apologize that my children weren't here to help me get on this call, so I misspelled my own name tonight. But I grew up with everybody's misspelling my name without putting the E on the end, so now I'm part of the problem as well.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now open the public hearing to hear from any person in the audience, or in this case at home, who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the City Council for a maximum time of 3 minutes on the public hearing item only. To address the council, please call right now, 818-238-3333. 3335. Again, the lines are open. Please call 818-238-3335 to weigh in on this public hearing. Madam City Clerk, do we have any callers on the line?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one caller.
Beam them down, Scotty.
Our first caller is Tamala Takahashi. Tamala, you're live with council.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you, and good evening again, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Tamala Takahashi. After reading the materials and watching the hearing at the planning board meeting, this seems pretty straightforward and likely to be approved from my experience having watched the planning board meeting. However, I'd like to make a request, if at all possible, for consideration. And I made the similar request during the planning board public hearing as well. This property has been sitting vacant for many years, as you well know, in a prominent area of our town, and now it's next to a high car and foot traffic area of Whole Foods. I live very near this area, and I walk often to Whole Foods with my family, and we drive by this piece of street and parcel many times a week, and see others doing the same. Please consider creating potentially a temporary publicly usable space on that lot until the development is approved. If this particular parcel hadn't been taking as long to build, perhaps this wouldn't be a request that would be normally feasible, but in this particular case, we don't. It's difficult to know how long it will be until this is actually developed. So at the very least, if not a public usable space, which would be ideal, but maybe something pleasant to look at as in a basic landscaping. In the event that it might take years to move forward with the plan for this parcel, it would benefit the community greatly, both practically and aesthetically, to have a placeholder there. So thank you for your consideration, and have a great rest of your meeting.
Thank you for your call. Madam City Clerk, next caller.
We don't have any callers in queue, so it's safe to close the public hearing section here.
Okay, based on the advice of our city clerk, I now declare the public hearing closed. And being no further comment, it's closed. Would the representative of the Community Development Department like to?
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Oh, yes, ma'am, please.
Thank you, sorry. You're closing the public comment part of the hearing?
Right.
Not the public hearing?
Correct. That's what
Okay.
I meant. I'm just reading my script, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So that's
Thank you.
what we're doing.
Yep.
Thanks.
So the public hearing's still on. The public comment period is now declared closed. Would the representative of the Community Development Department like to make any further comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank Ms. Takahashi for her comment. And the point is well taken. I think we can open it up to the applicant as well and their thoughts on that. But I would just want to point out there could be a couple of challenges with doing something like that. Practically speaking, to have an interim use really is still could be a use unto itself that the city staff would need to look at in terms of studying the impacts of that. It's something that could create its own requirement for environmental analysis or an analysis of what would be allowed through the existing PD. So there are a couple practical challenges to doing something like that, but we do understand the desire for that.
Thank you. Any other city staffer wish to weigh in? See none. Mr. Prescott? Mr. Ramirez?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does the applicant or the representative wish to make any further comments? You have a maximum time of 10 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you again. Just speaking to the public comment, when we purchased the site from the Hope family, we inherited a landscape design that I believe was funded in part by a grant from the city of Burbank, a sustainable landscaping program that's on the site today that we still maintain. The idea of developing the permanent park that's part of the project proposal, what we refer to as the Bob Hope Park with the statue of Mr. Hope, I think that would be a bad idea to develop today when construction is going to occur in the future, because all that work will probably have to get replaced. And I'd be concerned a statue like the kind that we've agreed with the family to construct there could get damaged. So we could look at, maybe further enhancing the current landscaping that's on on the site in the interim, but I think doing anything permanent would be a bad idea. Thanks.
Would your representative like to weigh in? Seeing none? Now, does the council members have any questions? Just questions, council members, for the staff or the applicant. Who would like to start? Just questions. Councilmember Anthony, you have the mic for questions only.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation to the city staff, and thank you for being here, Mr. Worth. I wanted to ask you, in short terms, what's the difference between your alternative 1 and your alternative 2, and why did you include that second alternative?
Sure. Alternative 1 is the office project that had been approved since 2001. Alternative 2 is an apartment mixed-use project, primarily with rental apartments. The reason we include alternative 2 is because of the same frustration that you just heard. We share too. We've paid a fair amount of money for this property. It continues to do nothing but cost us money to own. We want to see this develop just like everybody else does. And we just know the challenges of building office buildings in this city, especially ones of this size. Unfortunately, it's actually a smaller building and they're harder to construct. So we thought we'd propose an alternative project that could be studied during this year that has a higher likelihood of happening sooner. That was the thought behind it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council members have a question? Don't let me pick somebody. Vice Mayor, you have the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Worth, thank you for being here tonight. I just had a question in regards to alternative 2 hasn't been approved yet. That hasn't come to council. So we're not even talking about that tonight. Am I correct?
Agreed. I just, I obviously want to answer the question, but that's something that would be studied during this 1 year period only. That's
why I was hoping the city attorney would weigh in, but apparently not. So,
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Vice Mayor, let's let the city attorney weigh in with your question. Madam City Attorney, you have the mic.
Thank you very much. What's in front of you is to extend so that we can perform the EIR function. And so both alternatives are being suggested to be studied. So in that sense, everything's in front of you, but the decision that you're making is on the 4-month, is on the year extension so that you can study both alternatives going forward.
So if we approve the year extension, that means it's automatically approved that we approve the alternative B?
No, it means you're allowing that to be studied. That's what's in front of you tonight. You're being asked to extend the development agreement so that their new application, that we're either going to extend what's already in existence, or they're also, through that year, is going to study their alternative. And the alternative is, as Mr. Worth just explained to you.
Thank you. Mr. Worth, like you said, you didn't become the owner of this property until 2012, right? So there have been 11 years of history prior to that, because this whole thing started in 2001. And now we're going through the pandemic. We have been going through that for the past year, and I'm pretty sure we're going to continue going forward with some pandemic leftovers from we're not going to get rid of it. So what's your timeline? What do you foresee? And I'm just thinking out loud, asking you in regards to what your vision is for this property and to get this development done. Whichever one it is, 1 or B.
Sure. The original request was for an extension through 2027. It was only granted for the year for 2020, as was earlier laid out. We're not asking for any more time than the original request to 2027 when we come back to you after being this EIR study. We'll get something done before then. I'm not going to come back to you again because I understand the sensitivities of having it sit vacant. Believe me, it's not lost on us in any way or our partners. But I do think that studying an alternative will likely provide us more options to do something sooner, but we will work within the 2027 request if that's granted and get a project built before then.
Yeah, there's a lot of what ifs in this discussion. What ifs, right? Moving forward. We haven't requested that yet, but we will be coming forward with the request. So it's so much of the what if factor. That's where I'm getting a little confused. I was hoping the city attorney would really make it clear for me, but let's just stay with what my question is going to be of Mr. Worth. And I understand, and I've been one that you extended, and I've been here long enough to see several developments come before us, even after a 15 or 20-year agreement, and they want to extend it for another 10 years. So when is the right time? Obviously, when you get cheap money, when cheap money is available, that would be the right time for a developer, I would think. It makes sense. It should be a win-win for the city as well as for yourself, Mr. Worth, the developer. And I hope it's a win-win. And in essence, it becomes a win for the residents as well, because they're the ones that are seeing this vacant property for year after year after year after year. And then, it looks pretty because it's got a little bit of the landscaping there, so made it nicer than it was before. But nonetheless, it just continues to linger. And I appreciate the fact that you're taking care of the landscaping there. Maybe you can put a little bit more, because if we're looking at another 6 years with this 1 year extension, you want an additional 5 on top of the 1, I would imagine. Is that true or not?
That request obviously was previously made. What we're saying is that was the request we'll bring back, but it's 2027. So correct. From today, it's 6 years. It'll be 5 years from the point that we actually get back in front of you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Worth. Thank you, Steph.
Madam City Attorney, can you please weigh in to answer Vice Mayor's point about a direct input from you on the legal status of what's in front of us?
Okay, so this evening, the council's being asked to adopt an ordinance that's extending the development agreement to the planned development. So originally, there was a request for an extension to extend their development agreement through 2027 so they could build on the property, and that's already been something that past councils had approved. With this request to extend another year to get to the 2027. So if I'm not being clear, we had a development agreement, it was expiring. They came in, they asked for a request to extend it to 2027. The time to do that was coming up the end of this December of 2020. The environmental impact report on that request was not done because the developer was considering other options for the property. COVID, a lot of reasons. The community development director was based on the language in the development agreement, extended it for 4 months so this request could come back to council. If council took no action tonight, the development agreement would expire under its own terms. The council, if they act tonight, will extend it for 1 more year to process the developer's original request to have the development agreement run through 2027. And what they're also doing, it's not just a time request, they're also asking the city to review this other potential alternative for the space. So the original entitlements to build, and now they're saying, we'd like that entitlement to run to 2027. And when you're doing the EIR, will you also look at an alternative? In a year, when we come back to council, the council may be asked to just extend the original development agreement through 2027, or they may be asked to extend it through 2027, but allow a different configuration, so to speak, for the property. So I hope that's more of a full explanation of where we are. So tonight, the only thing the council's ruling on is, are you going to allow another year for the process to run through the environmental process? Thank you.
Hopefully that answered your question, Vice Mayor. Go ahead, Vice Mayor, before I turn the mic to the next
Let me ask
councilman.
Mr. Worth, so right now you have the entitlement through 2027?
No.
You don't?
No, we have it through April of 21. We have it
Yeah.
for another
All right.
30 plus days.
And you're requesting right now for an extension of 1 year. And then the 2027 comes down the road, the alternative project comes down the road. So right now, you're only good through, like you said, 30 days. And after tonight, hopefully, depending on how it turns out, an additional year.
And that year is to study the impacts of the extension request for both the original entitlements and this project alternative. That's the purpose of this 1 year extension, to do that work and bring it back through the planning board.
And you feel that's doable for the current project and your alternative project?
Well, that becomes a question of staff. But
well,
I think I think we're working in concert. We've now provided the information that we were required to provide. Last year was a pretty difficult year, and we apologize for being delayed in getting the information they needed in a timely manner. We've now delivered everything that was required. But yes, I think in concert with working with staff, everyone believes we'll have it completed within that 1 year.
And Mayor Frutos, I can chime in if you'd like.
Yes, Mr. Ramirez.
Yeah, just to Vice Mayor's question is, a year's time will get us there. We now have a full project description from them, so we can run that through the environmental review process. But just to add, I think it's important to note that when it comes back to you in a year, you'll have an opportunity to weigh the two options, and then at that point consider whether you approve him to get the extension through 2027. So the extension only allows us to do the environmental analysis, but for the audience and for the public hearing this, there's going to be vetting of the projects through community meeting. There's going to be vetting through the environmental review process. And then there'll be vetting through upcoming public meetings, one before the board and then eventually the city council. So it's not a done deal that the extension is going to guarantee both an office and a mixed use residential project, but it's going to come back to you all to consider it. And I think our hope is that through that process, we can work with Mr. Worth based on his past experience and work that he's done in the city to not just build a building, but help build a neighborhood and provide those amenities that you all like to see through the PD process, including how we help build upon the good things that are in the neighborhood already.
So just to make it a little more clear to myself, Mr. Worth, you will need additional years down the road to accomplish either Plan A or Plan B, right?
Well, we will need this 1 year.
Yeah, this 1 year
study,
to begin with,
and then
do the study.
I guess if the question is, if by the time we complete the study,
right,
could we be in a position to actually come in and file for a building permit? Sure, it's possible. The 5 years obviously is a protection. I mean, 5 years is actually not a very long term for a development agreement in Burbank. We've been experienced with quite a few. Some are more like 20 years, most are 10 or longer. So we'll have to, 5 years is not forever, but we'll get something done either from day one or somewhere in that time frame. I just don't, unfortunately, Vice Mayor, I don't have a clear answer on when we know that something can come in for a building permit. That's the challenge with all development.
Sure. And I mean, we just have to keep in mind that this development is 20 years old, right? 2001 to current time. So it's 20
Correct.
years old, regardless that you took it over in 2012. But anyway, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Worth.
Thank you. Councilmember Springer, would you like? Okay, Councilmember Springer, you have the mic.
So, Mr. Ramirez, would the community outreach start after the 1 year, after this 1 year extension? Because that would be a year to let the pandemic settle down a little bit and maybe understand the feasibility of the office building versus the mixed use residential. So is that the point?
Councilmember Springer, the public input process would begin as soon as we start developing the environmental impact report, because there's a community meeting where we have to have it and we have to allow the public to provide input on what should be studied as part of the environmental impact report. And then once the environmental impact report is prepared, we actually make it available for the public. And then there's a period where they get to review it. and provide comments. And then what we do is we respond to those comments. Then eventually the whole environmental document with the projects gets packaged together. And then we schedule a hearing before the planning board. And then eventually it comes to you all. So what we're going to work towards with the developer is within this year, if you grant them the extension, is to go through the process of preparing the necessary documents, negotiating the plan development and any conditions of approval, complete the environmental review, and then bring that all back to the council and the board within a year's time, so that at that point you finalize the project, and then Mr. Worth would be, so to speak, on the clock to complete the whole project by 2027.
Okay. Thank you. I get it. So thank you for the explanations. City Attorney Albano, yours was really good, and yours, Mr. Ramirez. So it's just, you're just studying the concomitantly the apartment mixed use, and you might be ready to go with one or the other after 1 year, right? But you have until 2027. No?
So if I may, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor?
please.
Let's be really clear. At the end of this, if the council tonight votes and extends this for 1 year, the EIR for the extension, so that I'm going to step back a second. This originated with asking for their development agreement to be extended to 2027. There has to be environmental impact report, or at least an environmental looking at it. We believe an EIR is necessary or appropriate to look at that extension and see what needs to be done or tweaked or anything else with the DA and conditions of approval and everything else. And that would come back to you. What's a little bit different here is they're saying not only are we asking for you to review the EIR to extend our original approvals, which is the office building, right? We've come up with another alternative we want you to look at. By the time that comes to you, if you make the decision tonight to give 1 year, by the end of April next year, council will consider an EIR to extend the development agreement to 2027, and it will be either for the original entitlement or for some type of alternative, and the council will weigh in on either of those decisions. And as Mr. Ramirez has explained, it's like any other project coming forward. There is community input, there will be a planning board recommendation to council, there will be a council public hearing. So all you're doing tonight is deciding, are we going to grant the 1 more year? If you said no tonight, the development agreement expires at the end of April. And then they're back to the drawing board. There's no vested rights, there's nothing. If you extend it in a year from now, you will be given the EIR, all the comments, and you make a decision, are we going to extend the development agreement to 2027 to allow them to build either that office building or this second project that they're talking about? It's a mixed use. So, and you will be making a decision that night on what it is. And then the developer is going to take that, and as I believe the vice mayor said, and he's correct, is that by then, we're going to be in 2022, correct? They will only have 5 years left on that development agreement to actually build the project. Get all the entitlements will be done, and then to go forward and actually build the project. That's what we're talking about. So all we're doing tonight is giving an extension for 1 year so that the environmental process can take place, and this can all be packaged and brought to you again, basically a year from now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions, Councilmember Springer?
No, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Schultz, you have the mic.
Yes, thank you to my colleagues for asking those questions, and thank you to staff. I feel pretty clear on the issue. I just had one question for Mr. Worth, actually, and that is, under the terms of the development agreement, who will be paying for the costs associated with preparing the environmental impact report and the consultant staff?
That's us.
Okay.
I actually believe we've already made payment towards that already.
Great. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so before I ask my questions, I'm being tough on the agenda item in front, not personally to either staff or Mr. Worth, but tough on the agenda item in front of me. So my first question to staff is, one, I want to appreciate Mr. Prescott for spending time with me to prepare for this public hearing, because I had a lot of questions. Because when was the last time that we had a current development agreement that's getting ready to expire, but we're allowing the developer at the same time to submit a second project? When was the last time we did something like this? Because to my knowledge, every time a developer and the property across the street, Telaria, that developer basically started from square one. He did not do what we're doing now. What makes this project so different that we're doing this? Because most of the, at least the time I've been privileged to be on the council, we've never done this. So help me understand, why are we doing it? When was the last time we did this?
Mr. Mayor, I'll try to chime in, since I think I've been here longer than the other folks in planning. I'm trying to remember an instance where we've done it this way. I know we've done plenty of extensions over the years, not necessarily in this way. This is different. It's just different because we ran into a deadline, and for different reasons, and we opted, rather than going back and redoing the entire PD, just to analyze the extension and an alternative project.
Okay. And the reason why I brought that question up is because I appreciate you giving me a copy of the public notice. In the public notice, it only really talks about the 1-year extension, but it didn't communicate to the members of the public, or at least within 1,000 square foot area, that we're also beginning the study of a possible alternative. Normally, the public knows in the public hearing, at least in the notice, that, hey, this is what's coming forward. So I don't think the residents within 1,000 square foot really know that the council is also basically in the know now, that there's a different study going on at the same time through the environmental impact process, that there's a whole new development considered. In this case, a housing mixed-use project possibly, but it doesn't say anything in the public notice for tonight's public hearing. Why wasn't this added in there?
Maybe I can speak to that, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So just to clarify, and I think, and I apologize if we weren't as clear, and what's before you today is the extension, which right now under the PD is for the office project to analyze and complete an environmental impact report. One of the project alternatives that's going to be evaluated in the environmental document, which we actually have to notice the public for at a subsequent date, is consideration of the office project as well as the mixed use project. So
Mr. Ramirez, but my question is, why wasn't it done in this current public notice? Because for the people that are tuning in, we're already discussing that if the council approves the extension, then it automatically is going to allow the developer to begin a study of a second alternative project, when in reality, this is a 20-year project. And the residents, pretty much, if you read that one only email that came from a resident, quote unquote, but I was really relieved that the proposed structure is only 3 stories high, and there is still some tiny area remaining as a park. And when I was watching the planning board meeting in preparation for tonight's public hearing, the developer said that park is probably either going to be really small now, or it might go away because we're building out up to 50% density bonus. And I got further questions on that. But bottom line is, Mr. Ramirez, I just want to know why, for the benefit of the public in a public noticed hearing, we're only talking about one extension. It doesn't talk about that if the council or the possibility of a study through the EIR for an option 2. And we've never done this in the past, at least while I've been on the council, and that's my question. Why didn't we include it in the notice to alert the members? That's my question. I don't want to know about anything else, Mr. Mayor. I want that question answered.
Fred, if I may?
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, Patrick Prescott here. One of the issues is that what is being discussed tonight is the 1-year extension. That's what's being voted on. So we have to weigh the information we put in a notice, that whether it will trigger an uproar perhaps. If we say extend it for a year and then we're going to analyze an additional project, the assumption could be that tonight the council is deciding to vote on a mixed-use residential project, right? But I hear what you're saying though, and if that is direction that the council wants to take for future noticing, we can be more thorough in that regard. It's challenging to fit it all on that card, I'll be honest, but I hear what you're saying.
Okay.
So, but the residents, everyone within more than 1,000-foot radius, isn't that right in the immediate district, Fred?
That's correct.
Many more people will get the notices in the immediate district. They'll get multiple notices for community meeting, planning board meeting, and city council in the coming 12 months. And they'll be able to fully participate in the conversation about the extension as well as the office project or the proposed mixed-use alternative.
Okay, like I said, I'm just being tough on the agenda, not staff.
Yep.
Let's move on to let's move on to the next question. So, to me, this is complex, and I've indicated to you because, again, I don't understand why in the past we didn't allow other developers, and I used Tularia. That's a good example. That developer basically just brought in a brand new proposal. So again, I've said enough with that. But so the agreement is 20 years, and nothing obviously has been built. But if I'm reading the staff report and listening to the planning board, the new property owner, the developer, wants basically to build a new project. So again, does the developer in this new project, will he be responsible for the current new fees, rules, and policies that have been implemented since 2001 on the existing project? Because we talked about vested rights. So what are his vested rights? Will he have to pay the current fees, rules, and obviously the new policies, or do they go back to 2001?
Mayor Frutos, I can chime in on that
Yes,
one,
sir.
Yes, the part of the process that we're going to go through is to look at all the conditions of approval, and because we are looking at an extension of the PD, fees, development impact fees, building permit fees, all that will be looked at as part of the extension.
Okay. I'm catching up on my notes. Do we have in city files the complete set of plans from the original 2001, the very, not just the picture that I got, but do we have physically those plans still on file from 2001? Anybody on staff?
I'll ask Lisa, see if she's been looking at the file of late. So,
Ms. Frank?
We don't have it with us in the agenda packet for this evening, but it would be with the older project files from the original. Might have to look through it and see exactly what's in there, but unfortunately I don't have it before me right at the moment.
Okay. So the alternative that was discussed for the residential project and the small retail amount of 2,500 square feet. So they're looking at 160 new residential units, 17 of them that are very low income tenants. But this is totally different from the approved commercial project of 20 years ago. But I get it, it's going to be studied in the EIR. City attorney answered that question. We talked about that. And with the new project, obviously, the option 2, we talked about the fees, but will that have to also comply with the new complete streets, greenhouse gases? And is that going to fit into the bus rapid transit project that's under consideration for Olive Avenue as we move
Yes,
forward?
Mayor. Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Is there, and I guess this is for the developer, so the peninsula of land, will you remain this as a park to your alternative 2 scenario, as it was originally in the DA?
Yes, the Bob Hope Park is a part of any project that we would look at this. I want to go back to your earlier comment. I think there was confusion.
Yes, please.
From me at the planning board hearing. But as I mentioned earlier in tonight's hearing, we fully intend to build that park. There's a statue of Mr. Hope that is part of the design of that park. We don't think it makes sense to build it today until the project next door gets built because it would get damaged. But it's absolutely a part of any project that goes on that site.
And will it remain the original size in the option 2 that was originally in the original development agreement? You're not going to cut it small?
It's in any project.
Okay, how about the Bob Hope Walk of Fame? Will that be put somewhere in option 2 as you're studying the EIR? I mean, or is this something that is going to go away? Because you're officially on record.
And I appreciate you calling that out to me. I'm being honest and with any answer, whether you need to tell me that or not. The Comedy Walk of Fame is part of any park. The Bob Hope statue is part of any park.
Okay.
It always has been, it always will be.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Worth. Will the envelope, in your views, as you begin to study option 2, will you keep it at the same size as the current DA of option, was obviously what you have now, or is option 2 going to grow much bigger than what you currently have in the development agreement of today?
Well, first, the original development that you asked Ms. Frank about is both a 4 and 5 story project. We haven't proposed anything as tall as 5 stories. Okay. So I don't know exactly which project you're referring to, the apartment project, but we would be working within the envelope of what was originally approved with either project.
Okay, but you're definitely expecting to grow it based upon that email that the resident said that it's only 3 stories. You're going to go up to 5 stories in your second option that you're studying?
No, what I'm saying is the original approval is for a building that's both 4 and 5 stories.
Oh, got it. Thank you. Okay. And I guess to staff, have you discussed this with the developer of what public benefits that were originally given to the community and the DA that will be part of the study for option 2 that won't be taken away from the public?
Mayor, I can speak to that.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully the last 3 development agreements that we've presented to you all with the large quantity of community benefits that are in there, what I would say in front of the developer and you all in the community is that not only would the community benefits that were in the original plan be incorporated, but knowing Mr. Worth, he's going to want to build something that isn't just a building, but builds a neighborhood. So we're looking at additional community benefits in alignment with direction that council has previously given us. So if that means, shade trees, wider sidewalks, and enhancements that you all have considered, that's something that we'd be in discussions with. That's the purpose of the plan development, is to negotiate. But we have our marching orders from you in the past. So for sure, conditions of approval that are already in there would be incorporated, as well as any additional items that, as you mentioned earlier, that allow for integration of sustainability and design, complete streets, connectivity for transit-oriented development. Those would all be looked at as well.
Thank you. Mr. Worth, will you keep the, obviously we talked about the park, but will you also keep the bus stop garden in your study for option number 2 when that ever comes back, if it does, to the council?
I think the bus stop garden and the park might be the same thing, but.
Okay,
So I'm not really clear on what, I don't want to answer the question because I don't know exactly what the bus stop garden is. There's
okay.
a park has bus stops next to it on the public sidewalk. If that's one and the same, then I think I've answered that, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Worth. Let me see. So let's talk about the housing. So it's 160 dwelling units, and you're asking for a 15% inclusionary housing. Is that correct, Mr. Worth, that you're studying?
Maybe I can clarify, Mayor.
Sure, please help me.
Because the request is coming forth in this coming year, we have to look at it under the city's inclusionary housing program, which is in effect. So when that is considered, we have to look at the requirements within our inclusionary housing program. So it's less a request of the developer and more of a requirement for development from the city. So we have to actually ensure compliance with that, which is that 15% that you're referring to. So what that means is that when he builds the project, he has to provide 15% of the units in the base at 5% very low or 10% low. So that is part of it. In doing so, because that's the way the code is written in state law, he's able to look at it as a density bonus project with consideration of different standards to build it out. But yes, the inclusionary is actually a requirement from the city on the developer to build affordable units as part of the project.
Okay, as I further kept reading, I really want to know from the developer, you plan to transfer 25 units of density from the Pinnacle project across the street owned by you to bring the total housing to 107 units, what you call base density? Can you help me understand that from a developer's point of view?
Right answer, I think it's probably would be better answered after I fumble by planning. There's a base entitlement of what's allowed on the site, which the inclusionary housing applies towards. There's a state density bonus that's an additional unit count that's allowed or to be considered for the site. What gets you to the 160 is correct. We have undeveloped square footage at the Pinnacle property. The TDR, Janet, you could maybe answer this. The TDR represents a small number of units. I don't have it exactly, but Janet might have it. Of the 160, what the TDR actually represents in unit total.
Okay.
Either Janet or Fred can answer that.
That's right. Mr. Mayor, I can explain it also a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you might actually have the table, the benefit of the table, but basically the base density allowed on this site, if we were just to build the base density, would be 82 units. And then we will be asking to transfer through the TDR process, which is a CUP process, 25 additional units. And so that gives us a base project of actually 107 units. Okay. Then the city imposes the inclusionary housing requirement of 15% of those 107 units to be low or very low housing. And then after that, the state awards a 50% density bonus. So that's how you get to the 160 units.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Worth. So my next point is the 50% density bonus for 53 more market rate units. What is the market rate unit going?
So, Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yes.
Just for a second. I know a lot of this was in here. That's a lot of the questions being asked. I can understand because we talk, you're getting this information right from the package and everything. But I just want to remind the council, tonight the action that's in front of you is, do we extend for 4 months or not? And many of the questions that you're asking about is what's going to be studied for the environmental process. And if we ever got to that option 2, there's a lot of fine points that the council's going to have to make decisions. Because as was already said, all of these things are contingent on council making entitlement decisions. Like the transfer of development that could be built from Lot A into Lot B. That's something council would have to consider. Do they want to do that? And all of that impacts the size. And I think part of, if I'm hearing some of the questions correctly, is you're getting at to the meats and the bones of what this other alternative is. And we're really, really at the very start of the process. You know, you asked a question earlier, and you were saying this is unusual. And in some ways, I think the answer is it is unusual what we're doing. You know, one of the things the developer, and has happened in other places, is he could have said, you know what, we may decide to start over, but they haven't made that decision yet, right? So they have an entitlement. They're asking for an extension to study the extension, which gets confusing because we're talking about two different extensions, through 2027 to keep that original entitlement in place and would allow them to build it. And I guess arguably they could have come in and applied for a second project on the site, but we'd be doing the same thing. You'd be looking at it, and all they're asking for on that second project, this alternative, is a 5-year development agreement in essence, because they're only asking again that the whole thing be extended out to 2027. So I understand you're asking all the questions, but in some ways they're almost premature because we're so early in the process.
Okay.
It would be like any other project that comes to us. You know, there's an application, we start down the process, and a lot of this gets vetted out. Like the size that they're proposing, that may or may not be what actually comes in front of council.
Mr. Mayor?
Sure. Yes, Vice Mayor?
Yes, you know, I'm really uncomfortable with all these questions and discussion because it's not relative to what we're looking at tonight.
Well, you know what? It was in my package, and I studied it, and that's how I prepared.
It almost appears that we already approved that Plan B.
No,
With these
but
questions and
again,
discussions.
pardon me, Vice Mayor, but the bottom line is this was in my staff report. This is what I studied, so I should be allowed to ask questions based on the staff report, and the city attorney has already stated her point. Thank you very much. You had your time, Vice Mayor. Now it's my time. Thank you very much. Point taken.
I hope so.
Please
Thank you,
continue.
Mr. Mayor.
Don't cut off the city attorney, Vice Mayor.
No, my point was to bring the discussion back to the question at hand. That really was. And it took me a while to get there, but I wanted to make sure I explained why I was getting there. So, you know, I understand. I think we are in a different situation. That information was in front of you, but the discussion tonight is, do we extend this development agreement for 1 year so we can study the information we have in the packet?
Thank you, Madam City
Thank
Attorney.
you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor, you have the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, like I said earlier, I did feel comfortable with this conversation, the way it was going, because we're not considering Plan B. Regardless of, I don't know why it ended up in our packet, because that's going to be an ask down the road. It's not an ask right now, tonight. And like you mentioned earlier, this is really unusual that we're being asked down the road, a year from now, to pick between Development A and Development B. All the time that I've been on council, I've never had that experience of staff asking us to go Development A or Development B. You're only considering one development when it comes to the decision making. This is very unusual, and I don't know why staff decided to go in this direction. I don't know who they were getting, advice from, but totally unusual, because I've never, in the time that I've been here, maybe it has in the past, but we asked Mr. Prescott, and he can't recall. I can't recall a time, correct me if I'm wrong, where we have to decide between Plan A or Plan B when it comes to a decision. It doesn't happen. It hasn't happened that I can recall. Very unusual. And the discussion we're having tonight, regardless of it being in the packet or not, that hasn't even been asked. The developer hasn't come to council for approval or a request. But we're talking about it, we're going into the specifics of what this and that on a subject, on a development that is not a development right now. The development is a 20-year development that we're talking about. The extension for 1 more year to study. So in essence, if I give the approval for the extension, I'm approving Plan B. I mean, in essence, that's what we're doing, which I don't feel is right. I don't feel it's whatsoever it's right. Because
I
I'm
wanna
more than
let-
happy to give you the 1-year extension, but not to have to look at another development.
I saw Patrick Prescott wants to weigh in, and I'll let Councilmember Springer weigh in after Mr. Prescott. Mr. Prescott?
So you're cutting me off, Mr. Mayor?
Oh,
Is that what it is?
well, I thought you made your point clear. I hear you loud and clear. Thank you. Mr. Prescott?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, I just want to clarify. I'm sorry if I did not speak clearly. I think that what's unusual is the extension to get an extension, right? To keep the PD alive, the DA alive for 12 months, to get to a place where you've analyzed the extension as well as an alternative project. You by no means have approved an alternative project if the council votes to approve the 12-month extension tonight. What you do is you remain basically in the driver's seat 12 months from now. Mr. Worth can bring a project to you at that time that has been fully analyzed, and he may say, I'm going to stick with the office, or I'm going to move forward with the mixed use, or I would like the option of doing either one, right? So there's flexibility in the use, but whatever the ultimate project is that is analyzed, the council has the final say. And tonight is not approving Plan A, Plan B, it's approving 12-month extension so planning staff can get out there, do the community outreach, and do the environmental analysis. Mr. Mayor?
Vice Mayor, do you want to finish your thoughts, sir?
It didn't clear anything. I mean, we still reach the end game. It's going to be decision between Plan A and Plan B, unless the developer, Mr. Worth, is just going to give us, it's going to bring us one development, which hasn't been approved yet, Plan B. We haven't given that, he hasn't brought the request forward, and that's why it's getting so convoluted, and that's why I felt some of that discussion, that's questioning, shouldn't be happening. We're asking questions about a development that hasn't been approved, hasn't even been requested. So I was hoping the city attorney would weigh in a lot earlier, but apparently not.
You know, I keep asking, you're saying the city attorney. The reality is, though, the reason all of that information was in the packet is because the request is to study that other alternative. I agree that we should wait to get the environmental and have a discussion like we would for any other application. But the information was included because you're being asked, once this extension, part of this extension request is to look at this other project. And I guess if council felt they didn't want to study that other project, they could say that. If council decided they didn't want to even do the extension, you have that right tonight. So I think there's always, with council, when you're discussing something, there's that line of, did we go too far? Are we going too far? Are we going afield? And everybody sees it different. But I jumped in because I felt it was time to bring us back to the question at hand. But clearly, there's no project has been approved by council. And I just wanted to point out, because we haven't seen this in a development agreement request come this way, but we do have EIRs where we've studied two different projects. We've had applications that said, I want to study like a hotel and an office building, or a hotel and residential, and we study all those alternatives. And then by the time it gets to council, and one of those hasn't even gotten to you, it's been that long, then you choosing like, what's that really going to be? Sometimes we do footprints of what a project might look like. So the idea of studying different alternatives isn't that unusual for us in this. What's unusual in this setting is it's all wrapped into the same development agreement. And that is, there's no getting around it, it's unusual, but this is where we are. And so the decision in front of the council is, do we go ahead and grant a 1-year extension to study the extension through 2027 of the original project, and to also allow staff the time and the developer to look at this alternative project as well. And a year from now, all of those questions are going to be relevant, and they'll be relevant along the way. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along. Councilmember Springer, you have the mic.
wanted to say I appreciate all the questions and I appreciate the discussion and the responses. And maybe our 2 new council members also. Thank you.
And I saw Nick Schultz, Councilmember Schultz, you had your hand up earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councilmember Springer, I agree. I've enjoyed the lively discussion. I believe I see the path forward here. So, Mr. Worth, I'd like to ask you a few pointed but guiding questions. Are you willing to engage with me? Okay, thank you very much. So I just want to make sure that you understand that we've been referring to, let's say, the office project as that entitlement, Project A, and your interest in studying a housing incorporation there. Let's call that Project B. You understand that this council has previously weighed in on Project A, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you also understand that you've not been approved by council for Project B, correct?
Absolutely.
But that you'd like to study both options if this council chooses to give you a 1-year extension. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, can I just answer this? We added this project alternative because there's a need for housing in the city, right? If people are telling me they don't want housing on this site, then our request is to extend the development agreement for our office project. We thought it was the right thing to do in listening to what's going on in the community to add this alternative. We're not asking for you to approve that tonight at all. We're asking for the ability for us to spend the money and spend the time with your staff to study the extension request for the office building and this alternative. But I feel bad that we've caused so many problems here. I thought I was actually bringing something forward that was representative and thoughtful for what's going on in the reality here. But to answer your question, sorry to get sidetracked, is we are not asking you to approve Project B. Project A is already approved. We're asking you to extend the entitlements for Project A, and during that time, study an alternative.
Thank you, Mr. Worth. I just have one more question, and I appreciate you bringing that up. I always appreciate someone who thinks outside the box. We do have a housing crisis in Southern California. My question is, I just want to make sure, if council chooses to give you this 1-year extension tonight, you are all on the same page. You understand that ultimately council will be deciding which project to go with about a year or so time from now.
Yeah, we understand. We'll both collectively have to look at the alternative, the impact of the EIR study and decide what to do then.
Okay. I appreciate your time, Mr. Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you. And Mr. Worth, thank you. Council members, are there any more questions for the developer or city staff? Seeing none, I now declare the hearing closed and the council will now deliberate. What is the council's pleasure? Who would like to start first? Councilmember Anthony, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And these were all really great questions. And you know, it is an odd thing having something that's been approved and worked on, and then during the extension asking for a second alternative. You know, Mr. Worth is famous in Burbank for building office space. So if he's coming to us with an alternative, that tells me that something is fundamentally changed in COVID times with how we do office spaces. You know, we built, in 1991, the city of Burbank built pretty much the last indoor mall in the United States. I would hate to force Mr. Worth a year from now and have him run through the next 30 days to try to get the last office building in Burbank built. So I'm inclined to give him this extension. It's not his fault that COVID slowed him down. It's not his fault that COVID has changed the landscape of office buildings. So I say go with it. And, you know, he's got people in his office trying to pencil this out. And if they're telling him it may not work with office space and to bring an alternative to us, I'm more than willing to look at it. You know, if he wants to bring housing to us, he may not like me during that discussion, but if that's what he wants to do, hey, that's up to him. So I'm inclined to give the extension with absolutely no guarantee that we're going to go with alternative 2 or alternative B. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, sir. Next council member would like to weigh in. Don't let me pick somebody. Councilmember Schultz.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My sentiment's the same. I appreciate the suggestion to also look at housing and incorporating that into the Bob Hope project. But that's not before us tonight, so I'm not going to get into the specifics of the details of the merits of that. But I think that if there's any common ground here, it's that we all have an interest in seeing this vacant parcel of land be put to use for the city and be put to good use. So as it sits, I don't foresee an issue giving a 1-year extension to study those alternatives, with the understanding that I look forward to a lively discussion next year about which alternative might be the best for Burbank.
Thank you. Next council member wishing to weigh in, Councilmember Springer, and then followed by Vice Mayor.
I'm ready to make a motion if you all agree. So.
Let's wait for Vice Mayor to weigh in if he wishes. Vice Mayor, would you like to weigh in?
Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank everybody. Obviously, you heard my concerns. You heard that I didn't feel comfortable talking about what we were talking about because it's a project. We were talking about a project that's not even before us or has been approved. And so it's very unusual what's happening tonight, what's happening. I'm going to go ahead and approve the extension in the interest of cooperation and just to see what the flexibility is brought to us. Flexibility has been mentioned several times. But Mr. Worth, I admire all the work that you've done in Burbank for many, many years. So it's not a matter of you, it's just a matter of what happened here with the process that staff brought it to us, to council. Very unusual, in my opinion. The years that I've been on council, I've never have to do this. I've never had to do this in regards to when it comes to pick between A and B. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and approve the extension and hope it works out. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. To Mr. Prescott and Mr. Worth, thank you for putting up with my questions, as this has been very confusing, but I dive into all my agenda items like my other colleagues do, but this one here was just very confusing. That, again, I was tough on the agenda item, but I did walk into this hearing open-minded to listen to everything, and I will also be supporting this because it's been obviously exhausted by everybody of what exactly you want. And again, thank you for putting up with my questions to staff and to Mr. Worth. Madam City, Councilmember Springer, please make the motion.
Introduced an ordinance of the Council of the City of Burbank approving the Fourth Amendment to Development Agreement extending the expiration date to April 30th, 2022 related to Plan Development 2001-2, project number 18-0002676.
Second.
Madam City Clerk, we have a maker and a second. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Talamantes?
Yes.
And Mayor Frutos?
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Again, thank you, Mr. Worth, and thank you, Mr. Prescott, and to his representative too. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, moving to the next item. Item N, reports to the council this evening. The first report is an update on the homeless efforts in the city of Burbank. I would like to invite Ms. Simone McFarland, Assistant Community Development Director of Housing and Economic Development. Please present the report, ma'am.
Thank you. I have a presentation.
Good evening, City Council. Tonight it is my privilege to present you with an update on the city's homeless plan. My name is Simone McFarland and I am Assistant Director for the Community Development Department. I also have assisting me staff from the Community Development Department, Burbank Police Department, our City Attorney, and Street Plus. As you know, City Council set homelessness and housing as one of our top 5 goals for the coming year. In Burbank, the number of homeless is increasing. During the point-in-time count in 2020, Burbank's sheltered and unsheltered homeless grew 3%. This is much lower than the county, who increased 31% in the same time period. I believe that this lower percentage is because in Burbank we are trying to be proactive. However, without additional resources, we will continue to lose ground. Since the pandemic began, we are seeing more and more homeless individuals in Burbank. We don't know what this increase is because due to COVID, the last point-in-time count was canceled. In 2017, the community, along with the City Council, began the process of developing a 3-year homeless plan. The plan lists 7 different strategies to help curb homelessness, and tonight we will spend time going through each of these strategies to review our success and our remaining needs. Our first strategy is developing a homeless storage facility and transportation. A storage facility will allow for both voluntary storage and storage for items collected during cleanups. After searching for locations, staff identified a city-owned lot on the corner of Front Street and Verdugo Avenue at 401 Front Street. The lot is located between Interstate 5 and the Southern Pacific Rail Line and adjacent to 323-333 South Front Street, or what we call the Hollywood Piano Store. In 2018, staff applied and received Measure H funding in the amount of $133,000 for this project. Additionally, the City Council allocated $180,833 in Community Development Block Grant Funding, or CDBG funds, towards the project. This total will be used for infrastructure improvements as needed at the site. Services for the facility will be provided by the Salvation Army at an annual cost of approximately $130,000. The City Council also allocated $140,000 for the first year of services. Additionally allocated was almost $260,000 in CDBG funding towards the Homeless Access Center at the Salvation Army building. However, that building was sold to the Boys and Girls Club. Staff will return to Council at a later time to request that the City Council reallocate these funds to the services at the proposed homeless storage site for years 2 and 3, with the idea that this area may become an access center in the future. After this time period, funding could come from the Permanent Local Housing Allocation, PLHA funds, if City Council reallocates those in the future. Regarding transportation, particularly to shelters, the City sets aside $20,000 each year to provide transportation to the Pacoima Winter Shelter. This year, the shuttle did not run due to COVID, and other arrangements have been made to ensure that people can get to the shelter. Hopefully, this will continue again next year. Strategy 2 states that the City should consider a whole person care initiative to provide comprehensive care through the coordination of health, behavioral health, and social services. The implementation of this objective is still in its infancy, and additional staff would be needed for full implementation. An internal working group composed of staff members from the Community Development Department, Public Works, Library Services, Park and Rec, and the Police Department, along with Burbank Water and Power City Manager's Office and the City Attorney's Office, meets on a monthly basis to discuss concerns and to enhance communications. This has created a cohesive environment for the sharing of ideas. The next step in this process is to add outside entities, and we've already started this with Street Plus. The City Council has set a goal to build or obtain temporary and/or transitional housing, and staff has been searching for an appropriate property. Staff has considered existing hotels, a lot for the placement of tiny houses, and existing buildings that could be converted. More recently, the City partnered with Burbank Housing Corporation, BHC, to make an offer on the purchase of the Scott Motel using a grant from the state's Home Key program. Unfortunately, during the due diligence period, concerns surfaced, including the high cost of ongoing services and the shortening of the deadline for the grant funding. As a result, the Burbank Housing Corporation voted not to move forward with the purchase. Staff then looked at the possibility of the City purchasing the hotel ourselves and found the same concerns, ultimately deciding not to move forward. We are continuing to look for a site that is suitable for all parties, including talking with different service providers that will provide transitional homeless services for the program. One such site that may be considered is the property located at the Hollywood Pianos building site, which the city just purchased. One half of the building is leased to the Hollywood Piano, and it ends on February 28th of 2023. This location may be a good site for future affordable or transitional homeless housing, but should be considered for other uses as well. Staff will be bringing ideas for the use of this property in the future to City Council. Staff is also updating planning and zoning codes for transitional and supportive housing that will help facilitate these types of uses. This will be coming to the Planning Board and to City Council this year. Strategy 4 is creating affordable housing. As the City Council knows all too well, the creation of affordable housing is expensive. The City has worked with BHC to purchase 2 triplexes in the last 4 years. The cost of these units averaged approximately $500,000 per unit, which is expensive and not financially sustainable. The City simply does not have enough funds to meet the needs for affordable housing using this process. At the same time, the City Council has helped to add affordable units by requiring affordable housing be built with new private developments. Through the development agreement process, the City Council has entitled 100 moderate income units, and through the density bonus process, 17 low and very low income units have been approved. The City would be unable to build this number of affordable units with its current resources alone. Last November, City Council held a study session to discuss updates with the city's density bonus and inclusionary housing ordinances. After community outreach, the city has planned to return to the City Council with updated ordinances, and the timing of this will be based on workload and staffing within the planning division. Approval of updated ordinances could result in consistent requirements for affordable housing for future developments and provide clarity to developers when proposing new residential developments. Lastly, the number of ADUs, or accessory dwelling unit, approvals by the City Planning and Building and Safety Divisions have helped expand Burbank's affordable housing stock. Staff has received approximately 543 ADU building permit applications since 2017 that are in various stages of review. Of these, approximately 280 ADU building permits have been issued and 189 permits have been finalized. Based on the smaller size of these units and comparable units, this has effectively added 65 low-income units and 195 moderate-income units in Burbank's housing stock. Strategy 5 focuses on continuing outreach, the coordinated care system, and community awareness. Currently, the city uses Street Plus to conduct outreach and directly work with the homeless in downtown at the downtown Metrolink station, along with contracting for one homeless services liaison who conducts outreach for the rest of the city. The demand for these services continues to grow for a number of reasons, including the increase of the homelessness regionally, releases from prison, and the courts not incarcerating criminals convicted of petty crimes during COVID-19. Additionally, the amount of time and dedication it takes to build relationships and trust to encourage a homeless person to take advantage of the services is often long, if it occurs at all. There is a need for another HSL. Funds for this would come from the general fund. The city also has a mental health evaluation team called MET. This program responds to crisis support during the calls for services, conducts ongoing case management support, provides training for city departments and other community groups. As part of our effort, MET frequently receives referrals and will conduct homeless outreach, particularly for those suspected of experiencing mental illness or substance abuse problems. All of the phone numbers for these organizations are listed on the slide for the community. Lastly, the City Public Information Office has worked with the Community Development Department to provide up-to-date information via social media and the city's website. Currently, the PIO is working on an informational video that will provide an overview of homelessness concerns, what the city is currently doing, and how the community can assist. The purpose of the video is to educate viewers on the complexity of homelessness, inform people of the city's current initiatives and challenges to those work, and provide information on how community members can help. Strategy 6 is to increase homeless prevention and rapid rehousing. Project Room Key is a collaborative effort between the state and county to secure hotel and motel rooms for people experiencing homelessness during COVID. The county is using 17 hotels as temporary housing with 2,434 rooms. Street Plus has been actively using Room Key resources and has placed 20 Burbank homeless into this program since April 3rd of 2020. The county is transitioning from Project Room Key, used for temporary housing, to Home Key, which is interim or permanent long-term housing. To do this, they have been decreasing the number of beds available under Room Key. Currently, Room Key is operating at approximately 78% capacity, as the program is expected to wind down in the future. Street Plus has been actively looking for other resources for homeless, placing some in bridge or transitional housing and emergency shelters, or reuniting them with their families. As at the end of January 2020, they had assisted 86 people since April of 2019. The city has requested and received more Veterans Affairs Supportive Vouchers, which we call VASH vouchers. They are granted by HUD for the use of housing for veterans. The city currently has 15 VASH vouchers, and staff will apply for additional vouchers should they be offered. Additionally, we have 20 permanent supportive housing vouchers that are fully utilized. Family Promise of the Verdugos has also been instrumental in helping homeless families and those on the brink of homeless with their following services. Rapid Rehousing, which helps families find housing and provides funds for security deposits. 90-Day Family Shelters, which uses church for sleeping accommodations, and more recently with COVID-19 hotel vouchers. Homeless Prevention, implementing city's grants, including the CDBG Rental Assistance Grant Funds. Jerry's Promise, providing housing, transitional housing for 3 homeless families, and Lifting People Up, which provides financial literacy programs funded through the Burbank's Low and Moderate Income Housing Fund as a pilot program for BHC residents. They hope to expand this program soon citywide. With the economic impacts of COVID-19, the City Council has been instrumental in ensuring housing security for Burbank residents by providing urgency eviction ordinances for residential dwellings. Local eviction moratoria were superseded by AB 3088, which provided eviction protections through January 1st, 2021. These protections were then extended to June 30 of 2021 with the passage of SB 91. Which stipulates tenants must pay at least 25% of their owed rent, either in monthly payments or in a lump sum, by June 30, 2021. Additionally, SB 91 allocates federal funding for a rental assistance program for use towards rental arrears, prospective rent, and utility payments. We hope to hear how this program will work in the near future. The city has made substantial progress on Strategy 7, enforcing the public health and safety ordinances. In November 2019, the City Council approved a nuisance ordinance establishing the cleanup procedures for encampments that encroach upon public property. By adding this tool, staff has been able to create internal processes for cleanups that are defensible in court. Prior to posting a cleanup, the City and Street Plus will visit the homeless persons in the areas many times. This includes the MET team, and we offer assistance through our outreach services. Our goal is to help people if they will allow us to do so. We try to match up their needs and wants with the services offered. This can range from housing to food stamps, getting a copy of their birth certificate so they can obtain other benefits, or reuniting them with loved ones. If these offerings of service are rejected and health and safety becomes a concern, we will post a 10-day notice of cleanup while still continuing to offer services. On the 10th day, Public Works will clean the site while PD and Street Plus will once again ask if we can assist with services. Any items taken will be stored for 90 days and will be available for retrieval by the owner. I cannot emphasize enough, our goal is to help the homeless with services, and at the same time provide a safe and clean environment for our residents. The city does have success stories, and I'd like to share a few of these with you tonight so you can understand that we are making strides while at the same time we are inundated with need. Walter was homeless for 9 years in California, and he frequently spent the majority of his time in the collection around Palma Avenue in the downtown. He slept in the Paseo off of San Fernando Boulevard, and the community embraced Walter and supported him. Working with the MET team, Walter got admitted to the hospital for a medical condition in which we utilized his situation to his benefit. Street Plus and MET assisted Walter in navigating the system to obtain his birth certificate from his home state of Virginia, a California ID, Department of Social Services benefits, and connected him to other service programs to suit his needs. We helped to build out Walter's support network, and eventually Walter transitioned to his own living quarters where he resides today. Franz was a Burbank native who was homeless for 15 plus years prior to the Burbank Police Department introducing Street Plus to him. He was an alcoholic and slept on the sidewalk near the pavilions over on Alameda Avenue. At first, he was very difficult to communicate and service resistance. But Street Plus never gave up on Franz. Eventually, after a long period of time, they built up enough trust to successfully encourage him to be admitted into a treatment facility. From there, he went on to an assisted living facility where he had a bed, a bathroom, and fresh cooked meals daily. Because of all the years living on his street and his drinking, he developed some serious medical conditions and unfortunately passed away while receiving treatment. At least he did not die alone on the cold sidewalk, but surrounded with warmth of many who cared. This last story I'd like to share with you is one from Family Promise. DeMonte and his younger sister Ebony had been experiencing homelessness with their mother Monique for more than a year. As a resident of Burbank, the family lost their home and were unable to get back on their feet. Family Promise had placed the family in a motel and provided essentials. Unfortunately, Monique passed away during Thanksgiving, leaving the children very much alone. With the help of Family Promise, DeMonte recently secured custody of Ebony and has been focusing on overcoming homelessness. On February 1st, the family signed their lease for a new apartment in town, and this is such good news after all of their struggle. And Family Promise has committed to work along DeMonte and Ebony until they become stable. To wrap up, let's talk about needs moving forward. This slide shows a mind map of all the areas staff is focusing on while we do our job to assist with homeless concerns. It's not meant for you to read, but to show you the complexity, number of issues, and areas of focus that staff is trying to address at the same time. Currently, the staff funds 1/2 of a staff person for homeless. And as you can tell, there's no way that a 20-hour-a-week person is going to be able to make a dent in achieving all of these tasks. We need more help, and we will be asking for an additional position during FY 2021 budget process to assist in implementing our homeless strategies. Helping the homeless is costly. In March of 2017, voters approved Measure H. The revenue is estimated to be $355 million annually for the county, and Burbank's contribution is estimated to be between $6 and $8 million annually. In FY 1920, we actually contributed approximately $9 million, and because of the decline in sales tax revenue this year, our estimated amount will be $7 million. This revenue goes to the county for homeless services, and there's no formulaic return to the cities. Burbank has received $786,740 in Measure H grants since 2017. We need to continue to advocate for a direct allocation to Burbank to conduct homeless activities. In addition to another staff member, the city needs another homeless services liaison person, similar to what we already have with Streets Plus. This person would supplement the existing one, Bob Newman, and the cost for this is approximately $80,000, and staff will also be requesting this amount during the FY 2021 budget process. There are additional tasks that we need to implement. These include identifying and contracting with shelter service providers. Staff is working on this so that when we identify a new shelter site, we will have a provider that we can act quickly. Some of the larger challenges to bettering homeless landscape is related to transitional and long-term housing, along with the need for mental health facilities. This can only be solved with additional funding. Also, changes in state and federal law can improve the process and expand available tools for local jurisdictions like Burbank. City staff is working with our advocacy firms in the coming year to influence these conversations at the state and federal levels. Lastly, we cannot tackle homelessness alone. We need to better utilize our community volunteers to create dynamic communities, all working together. To achieve this, a staff member is needed to facilitate the process. This concludes my report, and we are here for questions.
Council members who would like to lead the discussion this evening on this agenda item? Anybody? Councilmember Anthony, please lead.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just about to raise my hand. I'm glad to see Mr. Newman is here, and thank you for all the work that you're doing with Streets Plus. I appreciate this report. Obviously, these numbers, we're getting people housed, we're getting people back with their families. Personally, I'd just like to see those numbers higher. That's, there's no two ways about it. There's still a lot of people living on the street, and the more people we can help, I say the better. And, it helps everyone. Obviously, anyone living on the street is going to, use up city services, and, there's a financial component to that, of course. But then there's that human component of we just can't not help people. I mean, that's what we're supposed to be doing. That's the whole point of government, right? Is to help people get on with their lives and be successful. So whatever we can do to increase these numbers, to get that outreach, I've said it 1,000 times before. I'm very disappointed that we weren't able to get the Scott Motel. Whatever we can find out there, if that piano spot is, viable in 2 years, I mean, that looks good. I mean, whatever it is, whatever the space can be. I wanted to ask, we talk about housing and rehousing and temporary housing. Everyone keeps emailing me about housing first and the housing first method. I wanted to ask, what does that mean? Is it buying a house for every single person on the street? Or is it just getting them into a shelter so they can get services and get treatment? I mean, I've got opinions coming at me from all sides.
So I can answer that. Simone McFarland with Community Development. The Housing First model is actually a county and state model, and what they believe is that you should put people in housing first. So whether that be a shelter or temporary housing or, a tiny home or something like that, the idea is you get them sheltered and then you help them with services. The challenge becomes that we don't have enough shelters or enough houses to put all of these people in. And sometimes that's not all they need. Maybe they need, like with one of the examples we gave, maybe they just need their birth certificate. Maybe they need a driver's license. Maybe they need to get services like food stamps so that they have an income coming in, or Social Security or veterans benefits. And so some of our homeless, that's what they need, and then they can get the help that and then they can find housing afterwards. So the Housing First model is the idea, and sometimes there's challenges with that.
So tell me about the strategy 2 then, the whole person care. Is that these wraparound services that we're talking about?
Really what the whole person care is looking at each individual and saying, what does that person need? What type of help do they need, and how do we attach them to that help? How do we get them to find that and have the services that they actually need, not what we determine is out there?
And how is that different? Maybe Mr. Newman can answer this. What is it that your people, the Streets Plus team, what are they unable to do? Do they not have access to like the county services? Or there's no integration there? Like what are we trying to create there with all of this, the whole person care?
I'll let Mr. Newman talk about, maybe he can give you one of the examples of somebody that we help and how we help them.
Well, thank you. Good to speak with you, and thank you for the question, Council Member. So the whole idea is really to find out, as we're working with these homeless people, to find out what the underlying problem is. And try to work with them, not in a cookie cutter approach, but try to really find what's going to help them in the long term. And the ultimate goal is, as you alluded to earlier, is to get as many people off the street as we can. But also, too, we want to make sure when we do that, that we can get them into a situation that works for them so they don't relapse or come back on the street. And so the whole idea is to help individuals navigate this very complex system, but get them to a setting that they have wraparound services that are going to really improve the quality of their life.
And how is that different? What are we looking for to do that your people currently don't do? Because I know I see them out there and they're talking to folks and they're taking their data, but they're not social workers, right? They're not people who can like send them to therapy and do that stuff. Is that what we're trying to add on top of this?
Well, we already do connect people with services. Exactly correct. We're not therapists. So there's some things we don't do, but the goal is obviously to connect them with the appropriate agency and to do that. And then when we do connect them, the individual, the homeless individual, has an option to kind of keep us around as an advocate, which we're willing to do for them, or they just say, thank you very much, and we'll be in touch. But the whole idea is really to do whatever is going to be necessary to really help that particular individual get to wherever they need to be. And so, for example, we've had individuals that we have connected them into programs. Due to their health conditions, they need to get into board and care or assisted living situations. And we make sure that they've had the appropriate medical as well as the living environment. And occasionally we just keep monitor how they're doing and keep in touch with them. And because we do care about all the people that we've gotten off the streets here in Burbank. There are others that we've actually continually advocating and helping them once we plug them in to, say, bridge housing, for example, and checking with their case managers and program managers to make sure they'll eventually get into a rapid rehousing and maybe get their own apartment with supportive services. And so it just depends on the individual's needs, and whatever we can provide for them, we're willing to do.
That's fantastic. And I know there's some discussion about expanding the Streets Plus citywide. What would that look like? Because I know there's a lot of density downtown and where you guys are operating, but how would like Streets Plus operate, say, north of Victory, where there's just a couple of homes and maybe one person sleeping on a bench? Like, would it be on call? Would it be a patrol? What do you envision that would look like?
The way that we work that system right now is we do have a citywide person, and that's called our Homeless Services Liaison, and it's run through Streets Plus also. So we basically have 3 contracts with them, one for the downtown, which is paid by the bid, one for the Metrolink station, which is paid out of transportation funds, and then the last contract that we have is with the HSL. And so you had asked, Council Member, that what is missing, what do we need? I think we need another person. You know how great Bob is. We all love him and all the work that he does. And if I could clone him 20 times, I would. But I would love to have him cloned at least once. We need somebody like that. And then we also need an internal person that can help coordinate all of the things that we're doing. That's where we're kind of losing it right now, because we don't have enough staff for all the coordination and the demand. And I think that the last thing that we could use in the future, and I'm not asking for it now, but homeless prevention is a big one too. And how to, particularly when we start, the eviction ordinances start going away, how do we make sure that people don't find themselves homeless on the street?
You said prevention, and I wanted to, expand on that. We lapsed our eviction moratorium because the state put in their bill and the county has one. But Los Angeles City and Los Angeles County in the unincorporated areas, they have their own eviction moratorium, but they included a rent freeze with that. And I have people emailing me, they're paying 25% of their, rent, but then they're also getting rent increases on top of that. Was there any discussion about if that would prevent people, or is that, can we get a memo or agendize something for that later? Mr. Mayor, what would be the process on that?
I guess I leave it up to.
Can I clarify?
Sure,
first?
go ahead, Ms. Simone.
Sure. So the county has their own, and I'll let the city attorney chime in on that also. But the way that the current regulations that we're working under, SB 91, works is that there is a moratorium until the end of June. And as part of that, you have to pay 25% of your rent to effectively take advantage of the moratorium. And so that's probably why you're getting those questions about 25%. It's not like that everything else goes away and that's all you have to pay. Those monies accrue, and at some point in time, they will be due.
Sure. No, yeah, I understand that. What I'm also getting included is that they're getting rent increases during this pandemic. And so their 25% is actually increasing.
Right, and that runs under AB 1482, which was a state regulation that determined when those rents would increase and how much they could increase by.
Right, okay. I think that pretty much covers what I wanted to talk about. I'd love to hear from the other council members, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, other council members would like to weigh in with their thoughts, because this is a note and file item. Councilmember Springer, you have the mic.
Thank you, McFarland, for your presentation, and Mr. Newman and Marcos. It's good to see you. It's good to have you back. And I have some questions. Do we know how many certificate of occupancies have been issued on the ADUs? I know we have like over 500, like in various stages, but I'm curious how many are finished and.
Just one second. I'm looking to see if Mr. Ramirez is still.
He's not. We'd have to get back to you on that. I'm sorry, council member. Yeah.
That's okay.
If I can find it, I'm happy to email it to the council.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Sometimes I interact with people with are unhoused and they clearly can't take care of themselves. What's our plan for service resistant, mentally and physically disabled homeless people? How do we help them?
That is very hard. It's very rough. One of the things that we have been talking to LA County about through their Project Hope is conservatorships. And a conservatorship basically is if somebody is deemed to not be able to take care of themselves by a court. And those longest, the conservatorships that they've done are 72 days, which is a short period of time. They're not easy to get. They're not something that we will want to do. But if there is somebody that truly needs that type of help, we want to get them that help. And so we've been having discussions with the county and their Project Hope, talking to them about how we would go through this process. And so we'll have more information as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. And when will we expand Streets Plus to other parts of the city?
Right now, they are in other parts of the city. So, like I said, we have the 3 contracts, one for downtown, one for the Metrolink, and then the third one is the citywide one. And so the way that it normally works is we get a complaint or we have somebody give us a citing, and we send Street Plus out to that location. We have Melania on board with us tonight, and she is actually the one that coordinates all of that. The emails all come to her, and if you see something going on, contact Melania. And then what she does is she puts that together, she notifies the Met team, she notifies Street Plus, and they go out and they talk to that person.
Okay, thank you. That's all. the questions that I have.
Councilmember Schultz, you have the mic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to staff for the thorough report and presentation. I have a few questions. So just to confirm, in 2020, our homeless population was estimated to be 291 people. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that is sheltered and unsheltered.
Okay. And I suppose the cause for concern comes from the fact that if we look back at 2016, that number almost doubled. In 2016, I'm saying our population was 151.
Yes, it continues to increase.
Okay. So I guess, one caller that called in during public comment tonight talked about something that I've long talked about, and that's the centralization of our services and data collection. So we have the Met, we have Streets Plus, and our liaison who's serving the entire community. I guess my question is, how do we collect data on our population to ensure that we're connecting people with resources, that we're tracking that? And I imagine the answer is going to be that it's very difficult to do with one part-time position. But could you give me a little more explanation on that?
Sure, we do it a couple of ways, and I'll let Mr. Newman talk about how they collect data too, because the way that they do it is a little bit different than ours. But basically what we've done is we've developed where it's very low key, low tech, we have an Excel sheet. And we track everything on that Excel sheet. So when either the Met team goes out or Street Plus goes out, they fill out a form, which is a contact form basically, and it says what they saw, who they saw. We use first names to kind of track where people are because sometimes they move around. And they send that form into Melania. She takes care of it. She puts it all into the Excel sheet. And then that's how we determine if a cleanup is warranted also. Particularly tracking specific people, that is Mr. Newman's area of expertise, and they put it into a coordinated care system, and I'll let him talk a little bit about that.
Yes, thanks for the question, Councilmember. So first of all, as Simone mentioned, we're filling out a contact sheet and getting that to the office based on the service calls and the homeless people that we make contact with here in the city of Burbank. The other thing that we do is we have a proprietary software, which the city has credentials to be able to access and see in real time the data that we're putting in there. That's called GeoPal. And so we actually put information into there. So when we first make contact with a homeless person, we put that information in, and we continue to do that. When we get to the point where the homeless person would like to hear more about what we have to offer in services, we also put that information in there. And then we also have a homeless questionnaire where we are able to get more specific information in order to help navigate the system. And as I mentioned earlier, find out what's going to work best for that particular individual. So, and then after we do a placement, whether that's bridge housing, relocating them back to be with family, whatever it is that we do, we continue to make sure that we not only input that data, but kind of do follow-ups to make sure that the situation is working out for them. So.
And I stand corrected. It's coordinated entry system. I'm sorry, I used the wrong verbiage.
Okay. Well, yes, was someone else?
Yes, and I'm sorry, I want to elaborate. So the coordinated entry system is a system in which all the information on an individual is put into this database, and it kind of gives them a ranking, an acuity score, and then when their name comes up, they're matched to the appropriate housing provider. And all the nonprofits and all the people that are working on homeless solutions use the coordinated entry system. So that's kind of the centralized database for somebody to go into and get them matched with the appropriate housing.
Yeah, and Bob, if you can elaborate, that it's a county-wide system. So if we have contact with someone in Burbank, and then 3 weeks from now, he or she is in Santa Monica, is that they can connect the dots. So it's a sophisticated system that's onboarded. Street Plus has the access to it, and our Met team and our clinician use that system all the time, because we'll happen on to someone that we've never met before, and it gives us some background or a starting point.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Newman. Given the late hour, I'm just going to go rapid fire through my remaining questions. They're all relatively short. When we talk about strategy 1, the storage facility, how soon can we expect to, if all goes according to plan, how soon will that be online and available for use?
My goal is the end of June at the very latest.
Thank you. With strategy 2, whole person care, the pilot program, can you tell me if that were able to get off the ground tomorrow in an ideal world, what would that actually look like?
It would have a number of components, and basically it is all the service providers working together. So we would bring all of those groups together. We would talk about what each one does, and we would improve our relationships with each of those groups so that we could call on them anytime and anywhere. We just haven't had the staff, other than Mr. Newman, to really increase those relationships with all of those groups.
And speaking of which, I know that we currently have one half-time position. How long have we had a half-time position devoted to our homelessness problem?
So I've been here 4 years, and it's always been a half-time position. And just to add to that, when I first came on and we had that half-time position, we were doing a pretty good job. And over the 4 years, it just has grown, the number of people that we have within the city, the complexity of it, the number, the types of people that we're getting in. We used to have a lot of more encampments, and now we're working more often than not with single people.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Strategy 3, building temporary housing. I believe you mentioned that the Hollywood Piano Store location that has been purchased or is in the process of being purchased.
We actually closed on it on Friday, so now we own it.
And I know you said that this will be subject for council discussion another night where we'll talk about those uses. But again, my question is, what's the timeline? How soon might we be taking that issue up, if you know?
I would say in the next 3 to 4 months, we'll be bringing that back to you.
Okay. Thank you. I think my colleagues asked most of my questions. The last one I just wanted to, perhaps this is a question more for my colleagues, although it might be staff. So the one number that jumps off the page to me is Measure H, and I know we're all on the same page there. How many millions of dollars that Burbank pays in towards that fund and how little we get. I guess my question to my colleagues who have worked on this issue longer than I is, I'm sure that this has been made well aware to the supervisor. Is there anything else that we as a body could do, whether it's as simple as a letter? I mean, is there any action we can take? Because clearly, I think we all agree we're getting the short end of this deal.
Mr. Sidman, do you want to weigh in? Or Vice Mayor, you've been involved in that since you're on SCAG. Would you like to, and then we'll have the city manager after you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've done pretty much everything. I mean, our city managers brought it to our attention. We were on it right away when we realized that we were only getting a small amount of money after contributing so much. And it comes down to what the county came up as a metrics. And that's where we fell. We fell in the short end of the stick. But then when they went through everybody in the county, it wasn't just Burbank that, we were short at millions of dollars. It hit everybody. It's unfortunate that that's the system they set up, and it ended up being what it is. They've heard about it. Supervisor Barger has had several times when we've been with them on a joint meeting with the supervisor and city council. We've expressed that several times. I know the mayor has expressed it several times myself, whenever I meet with her or her staff. And I know Councilmember Springers has been able to do that as well. So we've been on top of it. I don't know if you want to send a letter and you can create magic, let's do it. Any magic is welcome.
I appreciate it, Mr. Vice Mayor. 2 final questions. So look, we all know that homelessness is a multifaceted issue, right? There's no one cause for why someone finds himself displaced. Can someone speak to what resources do we have for victims of domestic violence? That's another contributing cause in many cases for homelessness. Do we have existing relationships or partnerships to match people with those services?
I'm actually going to put Marcos Gonzalez on the spot because he's more familiar with all of those groups than I am. So glad he's back.
Good evening, Councilmember Schultz and other council members. Yeah, we do work with a couple of organizations. The major one is the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, who has a domestic violence coordinator. So anything that's related to domestic violence, we can make direct referrals to that coordinator to pair them to the right services as well as housing. And locally, we have Family Service Agency as well. They work with people who are fleeing domestic violence, where they can provide case management as well as working with them with transitional housing in partnership with Burbank Housing Corporation. Burbank Housing Corporation owns 5 units that are only for victims of domestic violence, and whenever there's a vacancy available, the Family Service Agency gets priority to put their clients into those units.
Thank you very much. Ms. McFarland, final question. With regards to outreach and educating the public, right, on all the different causes of homelessness, the different resources that we have at our disposal. You've talked about this video. I'm excited to see that. Beyond the video, have you given any thought to other initiatives the city can take to educate the public?
Yes, there are a couple of initiatives that are going to be moving forward because this year we actually have to update our plan. So beginning in July, we're going to start doing outreach meetings, and we're going to go through that process of updating the plans. It actually ends at the end of this year, so we'll be bringing it back to council for that. So there'll be a lot of outreach during that time period. Additionally, we want to continue to do outreach. As the caller mentioned, this is a complex story, and it's hard to tell in your, I think it's 138 characters in your Twitter tweet, or your Twitter. And so being able to tell that entire story is very important, and I think that these outreach meetings will also help. The other thing that we would like to do that Mr. Newman brought to us is what's called a dynamic community, where it's a program, and he can talk more about this if you want to add. It's where you match up community volunteers who want to help the homeless, and particularly if they have a specific person that maybe lives in their neighborhood or they see every day when they drive to work, somebody that might be dropping off food or blankets or helping them. What we want to do is we want to be able to work with them and have them be a partner with our service agencies like Street Plus, and go out and work together so that you're giving them the same kind of message. And Mr. Newman has had good results with this in the past, and it's something that we really want to do, but we need staff to do it. So always comes back to staff and money.
Well, I know we'll be looking at the plan another day. Look forward to that discussion, and that's all the questions I had, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, you have the mic.
Mr. Mayor, I'll just make it short. Marcos, welcome back. It's nice to see you again. Ms. McFarland, thank you for the report and the update. I guess it's we're moving in the right direction. Obviously, we're not perfect yet, but I think we're being very successful with what we're doing. It's unfortunate that we're not making any more land so we can possibly build stuff on there, but we have to do with what we've got. So once again, thank you for the report, and let's keep moving. Let's keep getting better. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council members have asked my questions, but I will share a story with the members of the public and my council members. So it was Christmas Eve this year. A 70-year-old lady sent me an email that she was waiting to get food at BTAC, and they ran out of food. So I made contact with her, and I reached out to Ms. McFarland Simone, and our city staff, along with Pastor Billy from Media City Church, provided the food, but not just to her apartment. There was also several seniors there. So our city staff is definitely working hard to do whatever they can, and so are the churches within our community. So homelessness is on all of our radars, but I did want to take this opportunity to thank everybody from the police department to folks from CDD under the leadership of Patrick Prescott with Ms. McFarland, and also want to thank Bob Newman, who you're the rock star here because you really go out of your way and you provide a lot of kindness on behalf of the city. Thank you, Bob. Okay, if there's nothing further, council members, this is just a note and file, and I'm ready to move on to the next agenda. Thank you, council members. Item number 7, the next report is for approval of the fiscal year 2019-2020 Annual Action Plan Amendment for Community Development Block Grant Funds. Will the Economic Development Manager, Mary Hamzoyan, please present the report? Good evening, ma'am, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. My name is Mary Hamzoyan with the Community Development Department. I'm here with my colleague, Maribel Leland, to present to you information regarding the CDBG CARES Act funding, the Rental Assistance Program, and the Small Business Assistance Program. We do have a presentation prepared for you this evening. If you can please play the presentation.
The ongoing, as presented on February 23rd, 2021, during the Finance Department presentation on mid-year appropriations for the budget, the City of Burbank has the opportunity to receive an additional $1.2 million in CARES Act funds. The Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act was enacted on March 27th, 2020. These funds are available through Community Development Block Grant to prevent, prepare, and respond to COVID-19. The city received its first round of allocation of $614,764 last May. This evening, staff will be presenting the proposed programs for the additional $1.2 million. In May 2020, the City Council approved 2 programs for the utilization of the first round of CDBG CARES Act funds. These 2 programs were geared at assisting both residents and small businesses in the community impacted by COVID-19. The first program was a residential rent assistance program geared at low-income renters who had been unable to pay rent due to job loss, decrease in work hours, or furloughed, for example. The second was for small businesses, and that program was divided into 2. The first for micro enterprise businesses, those being self-employed, such as gig workers or contractors, for example, and also for small businesses with 2 to 20 employees. Additional information on program parameters and results will be described further in the presentation. The total budget for the 2 programs was just over $854,000. This amount includes the first round of CDBG CARES Act funds of $614,000, an additional $100,000 in prior year CDBG funds, and a one-time grant through Measure H to make up the total. That total was then divided to the Rental Assistance Program, receiving almost $440,000, and to the Small Business Assistance Program, receiving almost $415,000. The results of those 2 programs will be described later in the presentation. Staff is proposing that the additional $1.2 million in the next round of CDBG CARES Act funds be allocated to these same 2 programs with modifications to continue to assist the urgent needs of both residents and businesses in the community. Last year's approved rental assistance program provided emergency rent assistance to qualifying low-income households who had been impacted by COVID-19 and, if not for this assistance, would be at risk of homelessness. The assistance provided $800 a month towards a household's rent for up to 3 months. Family Promise of the Verdugos administered the program and combined workforce and skills development, connection to mainstream benefits, and other case management services for qualifying households. The assistance was meant to relieve a renter from carrying an enormous amount of debt while they returned to work and was provided directly to their landlord.
The application period for the rental assistance program opened on Monday, June 22nd, 2020, and closed within 1 day after reaching more than 300 applications. All 300 applicants were reviewed for eligibility. Of the 300 applicants, 150 were eligible based on the approved program parameters. These 150 applicants received between 1 to 3 months of rent assistance. Family Promise paid $265,000 of the approved budget in rent assistance to Burbank landlords. In addition, Family Promise provided these households with case management that included information and resources for other assistance and education on their housing rights and responsibilities. Finally, Family Promise has shared that out of this program, they have continued to build new landlord relationships. Family Promise utilized $265,000 of the $440,000 budget to assist 150 eligible households. Staff is proposing to utilize the remaining funds along with the proposed allocation of the new CARES Act funds to continue a rent assistance program with some proposed changes. The first proposed change is related to a Burbank water and power utility bill. As Family Promise reviews households for rent program eligibility, they will also ask about an outstanding utility bill with BWP. If an eligible household has an outstanding bill for 61 or more days, they will be asked to enter into a repayment arrangement. With a repayment arrangement in place, it is proposed that the CARES Act funds be utilized as follows: $150 towards that plan for multifamily units and $300 for rental single-family units. These amounts were developed in collaboration with BWP based on average utility bills for the type of unit. Furthermore, BWP may provide a credit towards a future bill to eligible low-income households. Households that are between 30 and 60 days in utility bill arrears would not receive this utility bill assistance. However, in those cases, the CDBG CARES Act funds would go towards the eligible household's rent assistance. Finally, households with or without a utility repayment plan will be vetted by BWP for other available assistance through the utility. The second proposed change is increasing the rent assistance from $800 to $1,000 a month for up to 3 months. In a review of average households assisted last year, average rent is approximately $1,600 to $2,400 a month, and this increase will provide a greater benefit to the tenant and to the landlord receiving the funds. The next proposed change is assisting eligible households with rent arrears or for future rent payments, as long as Family Promise can document the need in future months tied to COVID-19 financial impact and the current state of emergency. The final proposed change is related to the application period. As previously mentioned, with last year's program, applications were limited to the number of households that could possibly be assisted with the budgeted funds. However, Family Promise quickly learned that many of the households did not meet established eligibility parameters. Therefore, in order to obtain a larger pool of applicants, it is proposed the application period remain open for 1 week. This change will allow for a longer waiting list to review for program eligibility. If funds are not exhausted after determining eligibility of everyone on the waiting list will be opened by Family Promise in collaboration with the city as necessary. The final program parameters noted on the slide will carry over from last year's program.
Moving along to the summary for the Small Business Loan Program. The City Council approved this program back in May 2020 to provide funding to the self-employed and small business owners in Burbank. The program was administered by the California Community Economic Development Association, also known as CECIDA, and provided up to $5,000 for micro-enterprise businesses and $10,000 for small businesses. The initial intent of the program was to help businesses that were not eligible and did not receive funding from the Small Business Administration or the Paycheck Protection Plan. To be eligible for a microenterprise small business loan, the business must be owned by an individual who is self-employed, a contractor, or gig worker with less than 2 employees. They must have been negatively impacted by the pandemic and have unpaid, extended, or delinquent operating expenses. The microenterprise household income must be at or below the low-income household level. The second eligible applicants to apply for the program were small businesses. To be an eligible small business in Burbank, you must meet the following criteria. You are a business with at least 2 but fewer than 20 employees. Your business has experienced layoffs, furloughs, or reduced work hours for your employees. Your business has unpaid, extended, or soon-to-be delinquent operating expenses such as rent, utilities, inventory, and taxes. Your business must create or retain 1 full-time equivalent position for a low-income employee, and your business must not have received prior funding through Small Business Administration or Paycheck Protection Plan loans. With approximately $400,000 of funding allocated to the Small Business Loan Program, it was anticipated that 30 to 60 microenterprise and small businesses could be assisted. Applications opened on June 29th and closed on July 4th, 2020, with a total of 104 applications received. Of those 104 applications received, 72 were for microenterprise and 32 were for small businesses. A total of 41 applicants completed the application process, and 22 applicants were deemed eligible. 21 microenterprise businesses and 1 small business was funded. Many of the businesses were deemed ineligible due to the fact that they received prior SBA or PPP funding. A waiting list was not established at that time based on the amount of applications received and the ability to assist 30 to 60 businesses only. Had a waiting list been established, CCEDA would have had a larger pool of businesses to provide financial assistance to. Based on the program results and feedback received from CCEDA, staff is recommending the following changes to the Small Business Assistance Loan Program. Create a waiting list of eligible businesses that can be reviewed after the application period has ended. Eliminate the restriction for businesses that received prior SBA or PPP assistance, since this was the main barrier to entry for most businesses. Increase the loan amount for microenterprise loans to $10,000 and small business loans to $20,000. The greater amount of funding available from the CARES Act allows for more funding to be distributed to the businesses. Allow first-round recipients to receive a second-round loan after deducting amount they previously received. For example, if a microenterprise business already received $5,000 from the previous round, they would be eligible to receive an additional $5,000 in this round. Reduce the loan approval timeline by directing loan inquiries to CCEDA and remove the city's double review process. Change eligibility of the number of employees in the small business from 2 to 200 employees instead of 2 to 20 employees. This will allow establishments like hotels and larger restaurants that employ many low to moderate income employees the opportunity to apply for funding. Finally, in working with our colleagues from Burbank Water and Power, we were notified that there are more than 400 small businesses in Burbank that are delinquent or on a payment plan for their utility bills. We have added a requirement that qualifying businesses must be up to date with their utility bills, or the amount they are delinquent will be deducted prior to the disbursement of the loan. The new funding that the City of Burbank is eligible to receive through the CDBG CARES Act is $1,227,261. Staff is recommending that we again utilize this funding for the Residential Rental Assistance Program and the Small Business Assistance Program, broken down in the following manner. Of the $1,227,261, staff recommends allocating $227,261 to the Rental Assistance Program, while utilizing the remaining funds from the 2020 program for a total of $350,490. For the Small Business Program, staff recommends allocating the remaining $1 million and utilizing the remaining $187,141 from the prior year for a total of $1,187,141. As you may recall, the staff report states that there was $85,000 in available funds from the 2020 program. However, staff was recently informed that that amount is greater. Therefore, the information that you see on this slide has been updated to reflect the current figures. The total allocation for both programs are $1,537,631. If the City Council approves the allocation of funds, outreach for the Small Business Program will begin on March 8th, and applications will open on March 22nd, 2021. Public outreach for the Rental Assistance Program will begin on March 22nd, and a program launch of April 5th, 2021. The next steps for the program would be to submit the fiscal year 2019-2020 Annual Action Plan Amendment for HUD, finalize the program policies and procedures, finalize program marketing outreach plans, and enter into agreements with the subrecipients Seceda and Family Promise. This concludes our presentation. Ms. Leland and I and our colleagues from BWP are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Hamzoyan, for the presentation. Council members who would like to start the conversation? Anybody? Councilmember Nick Schultz, you have the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. Just as an aside, I want to compliment staff. I think the recommendations are terrific, including the wait list and allowing folks that have received funding through other sources like SBA or PPP. Love the changes. My one question is this. When it comes to outreach, you talked about starting March 8th, you're going to be doing that outreach to small businesses. Can you go into a little more detail? Is that going to be limited to social media promotion, or how specifically are you going to let all these businesses and renters know about these assistance programs?
Thank you, Councilmember Schultz. We are still vetting the marketing plan, but I do have some information on what the full plan will look like. So first off, we'll do a press release to the city with a joint press release from the city and Seceda, and we'll have a city council e-notify and also make a statement at a city council meeting notifying the public that this program is available. We'll have a minimum of 5 social media posts from Seceda as well as the city. We'll do probably 2 posts prior to the program launch, 2 posts during the program launch, and then 1 right before the program closes. We have an email database of businesses that we'll send direct emails to prior to the opening, during, and also right before it closes. We'll also have a slide on Burbank TV. That slide will be developed by Seceda and also in conjunction with our public information office. We are looking to do an email blast and potentially send out print material to all of the eligible businesses with less than 200 employees in the city. So we're obtaining that database information as we speak from our building division. So we'll be sending an email out, again, as I mentioned, as well as potentially a direct mailer. And then we'll work with the Chamber of Commerce, the Valley Economic Alliance, to get that information out. We'll also send information to prior individuals who have applied for the program. And we also have a list of individuals that have inquired ever since the program's been closed. So we have an ongoing list that we'll be sending information out to those individuals as well. So that's what we have kind of in place right now. Again, it's a draft communication plan, and that can definitely increase and change, but that's what we hope to do for the program currently.
Outstanding, and please don't forget also outreach to Magnolia Park Merchants Association. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Council members, anybody else wish to weigh in? Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I only have one question, and I kind of alluded to it in the last agenda item. Let me see if I got this straight. Someone loses their job because of COVID. They're in arrears. They haven't been able to pay rent for a while. They apply for this program, and then the city takes federal money and pays the landlord directly $1,000 a month to cover their expenses for rent, right? Rent alone, not utilities, not any other repairs or anything like that.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for the question, Maribel Leland. Happy to answer that question for you, Councilmember Anthony. The funds for the rental assistance program are through the Community Development Block Grant, but specifically through the CARES Act funds allocated last year. this is an eligible use of those funds to be able to utilize those funds for the prevention and for response to COVID-19. So that is the proposal that was adopted last year, that program, and we are proposing to continue that program to assist renters who have been financially impacted by the pandemic.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. My question is this landlord who is taking government money to assist a renter who has not been able to work, that landlord is still under state law allowed to increase the rent on a tenant who is out of work and taking government assistance. Is that correct under AB 1482?
The proposed program is completely separate from any other increase in rent, for example, or any other law. This is a completely separate program. It's simply regarding how do we assist our households that have been financially impacted by the pandemic to help them and not have that growing, looming dental debt that they will have. So separate to that, there is also a law that is the AB 1482 that Ms. McFarland explained earlier, that is a statewide rent cap. So there is still information that landlords, and we educate through staff and the Landlord Tenant Commission, still laws that landlords should be aware of and need to follow when it comes to any sort of rent increases or other sorts of information they'd like to do with their tenants.
And we can't like add any stipulations to this saying, you know, if you accept this money, you have to do X, Y, Z. It's just, we have to take it as is.
Well, as part of what the Family Promise organization has been doing, as you've heard, they also will provide the case management to help households have them be informed of their responsibilities, of their rights, but also they've been working with the landlords. And no, there is no stipulation for any of that, but they also do work with the landlords to educate them as well as to what their rights and responsibilities are as landlords.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Leland. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all.
Councilmember Springer?
Very much for your report. And the only, I just have a comment, and I just really appreciate you all endeavoring to spend all the money. I know last time we had some leftover, and so it's being carried over, but it looks like changes have been made so that it's all spent helping our residents and our businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Springer. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank you for the report. It looks great. I mean, obviously, we've got more money to work with, which will help more residents, will help more of the businesses. It's nice to see the $1 million figures coming in. Wish we could get that every time or more. But let's just keep doing what we learned. I'm sure we learned from the first go around. And I see some implementation of changes that we learned from the first time. So just keep doing what we're doing and, make the residents and some of the business owners happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, staff. I see Mr. Flores is on the meeting, and Mr. Hernandez, thank you, with Family Promise. And if I can get a motion from Councilmember Anthony.
I'd like to move that we adopt a resolution of the Council of the City of Burbank authorizing and approving, I'm going to go through the whole thing. 1, the submission of the fiscal year 2019-20 annual action plan amendment under the consolidated plan for fiscal years 2013-14 through 2017-18 and extended through 2019-20 to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. 2, the filing of applications and certifications for Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act, funding total $1,227,261 in community development block grant. 3, authorize the city manager or designated official to execute CDBG agreements and amendments with subrecipients. And 4, amend the fiscal year 2021 budget by appropriating CARES Act funds and Measure H funds.
May I get a second from Councilmember Schultz? Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Talamantes?
Yes.
Mayor Frutos?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries 5-0. Item number 8 this evening. The next report.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Be logging off for just a moment. I have to recuse myself from this item.
Oh, thank you very much, Councilmember Anthony. The staff have your cell number so they can call you back? I take it he's off the air. Yeah.
I think for this one, I can just shut off my video. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Okay. Item number 8. The next report is for adoption of an urgency ordinance to cap third-party food delivery service fees. Will Building Administration Manager Carol Ann Coates please present the report? Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Carol Ann Coates from the Community Development Department. This second step report presents a proposed urgency ordinance that limits the fees a third-party delivery service may charge a restaurant. The first step report was presented on January 26th and requested by Councilmember Schultz. At that meeting, Council directed staff to return with a proposed urgency ordinance. Burbank's restaurants continue to be devastated by COVID-19. With on-premise dining limited during LA County's Safer at Home order, restaurants turned their focus to takeout and delivery options. Delivery platforms such as Uber, Postmates, Grubhub, and DoorDash proliferated. While these services did not increase their fees during the pandemic, the fee amounts became a bigger problem because takeout and delivery orders became a bigger percentage of a restaurant's business during the pandemic. The fees are typically 30% of the order's purchase price, but combined with other service fees could be as high as 40%. Since restaurants do not have much power in negotiating a better rate, cities across the country and our neighboring cities, including Glendale, Los Angeles, Pasadena, and Santa Monica, adopted ordinances that cap the fee. A survey conducted by the city of Pasadena showed that 92% of respondents supported a temporary cap on commissions. Additional research conducted after completion of our staff report found that in the city of Los Angeles, nearly 95% of restaurants surveyed would like the ordinance to continue, with 72% saying that the cap had been beneficial during the pandemic. In response to the fee cap, 2 delivery platforms added a $1 to $3 fee to the end consumer's bill in Chicago and a dozen other large cities to recoup losses attributed to the fee cap. A review of ordinances from other cities indicates that all of them cap delivery fees to 15% of the purchase price, order and limited other fees for a total commission of 20%. In addition, ordinances contain the following provisions, which are included in our proposed ordinance. Number 1, delivery services may not charge additional fees that restaurants have not voluntarily agreed to pay. Number 2, delivery services must provide to the end consumer and the restaurant a receipt that conveys in clear language all fees they charge both the restaurant and the end consumer. Number 3, delivery services may not reduce any compensation, tip, or gratuity paid to any worker as a result of the fee cap. And lastly, a restaurant is empowered to take its own legal action to obtain a refund of overcharged fees. In terms of implementation, enforcement would be the biggest challenge and the main fiscal impact. The city has approximately 400 restaurants and not enough staffing to respond to potential complaints from that number of businesses. Current staff resources in code enforcement in the city attorney's office are not allocated or budgeted to absorb the anticipated additional enforcement. And within the realm of enforcement, the more difficult component for the city would be the clarity of the receipts and possible reduction in compensation to drivers. Given the number of restaurants and their many customers, there is insufficient city staff to follow up on complaints about whether a receipt received from a platform complies with the ordinance or a driver's pay was reduced because of the cap. Obtaining evidence would be fact-intensive and difficult. Enforcement does not need to be solely provided by the city, however. Another approach empowers restaurants to take their own action by issuing a written notice to the delivery service, requesting a refund of the overcharge within 7 days. If the delivery service does not respond or continues to charge fees in violation of the ordinance, the restaurant may take civil action, including small claims court. In conclusion, capping fees charged by third-party delivery service with an urgency ordinance is a method of providing assistance to struggling restaurants. By assisting restaurants, the ordinance would provide additional local benefits, including preserved employment and neighborhood vitality during the pandemic. Staff recommends City Council adopt an urgency ordinance that caps delivery fees at a total of 20% of the purchase price and prohibits third-party food delivery services from charging additional fees that the restaurants have not agreed to. Requires third-party delivery platforms to provide the end consumer and the restaurant a receipt that clearly lists all fees charged both to the restaurant and the end consumer. Prohibits delivery services from reducing any compensation, tip, or gratuity paid to any worker as a result of the fee cap, and empowers restaurants to take their own legal action to recoup fee overcharges. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Coates. Councilmember Schultz, I'll let you start out. This is your agenda item.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I don't have much in terms of questions, except maybe one for Ms. Coates. I have a bit more commentary, and then I'd love to hear from my colleagues. But Ms. Coates, to the question, I just want to confirm. So this would be if approved, this would be a temporary measure, meaning that once the stay-at-home orders are lifted and restaurants are able to operate at full 100% indoor capacity, within 90 days of that date, the ordinance would lapse. Is that correct?
Correct. The way the ordinance is written, it will expire 90 days after restaurants are allowed to have indoor and outdoor dining at 100% capacity.
And I suppose as a follow-up to that, the way I read the ordinance, the council could act earlier if we so choose. If say on July 1st the order was lifted, our very next council meeting, I guess at the discretion of the mayor, I mean we could put it on earlier to end the ordinance early.
Correct.
Okay. So thank you very much, Ms. Coates. Mr. Mayor, given the late hour, I'll try to keep my comments just brief so we can move it along. But I think that answer speaks volumes to the flexibility that we have baked into this proposal. What I like about the proposed ordinance is that we are giving our restaurants a desperately needed lifeline, in my view. They have gone through a year which they simply couldn't anticipate. They've been asked to completely shut down. They've reopened. They've been asked to shut down again while they probably have food sitting in their freezer, which has gone essentially to waste. And all the while, we have these large corporations which are, making an honest living. They're making money and they're providing an essential service for our restaurants. The issue is that, we as city council members, in my humble opinion, have to constantly look at who we're fighting for. And what's on the top of my mind is our local restaurants. And I fear the prospect of losing the Talleyrand, for example, or losing these iconic establishments. And this, in my mind, is something tangible that we can do tonight to provide much needed relief. And the final point that I will make, Mr. Mayor, is that what I thought was most telling in our discussion, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues, is that rarely do you have a letter from the Burbank Chamber of Commerce, from the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, from a business owner in our community. That just came in today, the owner of the Palm Coffee Bar. And in fact, I will share with my colleagues that with one exception, every business owner and every consumer that I have talked to in Burbank has supported this idea without any hesitation. I think that uniformity of approach, that coalescence really tells us that this is a common sense measure, something that I think we desperately need to act on. So I hope to make the motion. I hope it passes, but I, of course, look forward to hearing from my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, would you like to weigh in?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this is a no-brainer. You know, this is helping our restaurants, especially what they've been through for the past year. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to support it completely. And like Councilmember Schultz mentioned, we have various entities from our community and the region coming together and supporting this. So I feel it's a no-brainer. Let's go for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Springer.
Yes, thank you. I understand the struggles and I support our small business. And after listening to public comment, reading the staff report, and considering potential legal issues, and after speaking with restaurant managers and restaurant owners, I oppose this ordinance because I believe it is potentially detrimental to our restaurants and that it will do more harm than good. My opinion is that council imposing a potential discount on Uber Eats, Postmates, Grubhub, and DoorDash, what I call the Big Four, would make it cheaper and quicker for the cannibalization of our restaurants. A mandatory discount of Big Four fees may be perceived as an endorsement, and that Burbank City Council has enhanced knowledge of restaurant operations and that we know what's best for them. We've heard that fees are too high. My research indicates that you lose your data by using third-party delivery systems. And as we heard, there are other issues of maltreatment by alleged maltreatment by third-party delivery companies. And when using these platform to consumer services for online ordering, the delivery platform owns the customer relationship. The restaurant does not. In other words, the Big Four has the customer list. The restaurant's customers and their data now belong to the Big Four. It appears with this arrangement, a restaurant is working to increase and enhance the sales and profit of the Big Four. They're no longer working for themselves and for their restaurants, they're working for the Big Four. There's been much evolution in this sector since the beginning of the pandemic, and the evolution is continuing. There may be better, more affordable alternatives for our restaurants. We don't know enough to cap fees of certain providers at an arbitrary rate and then try to navigate the unintended consequences. And the use of the Big Four is not mandatory. There are now many other choices for restaurants that charge less fees, charge a less percentage or charge a flat fee. I have a question, why do we pick a discount of 20%? Why that percent? And why not extend the discount to all providers? Why did we just pick the Big Four? And the staff report indicates that caps in Chicago and Denver triggered alternative fees. So there are restaurants with whom I spoke out there, and they told me that they will capture the fee in another way. It's impossible to enforce, according to the staff report. Have we studied the unintended consequences? And we know that there are potential legal issues. And so for the above reasons, I don't support the ordinance. I feel like it's potentially harmful to our restaurants. They lose their customer relationships. The Big Four now owns it. They have no control over their customer service. And I think that given the other options that are available and listening to all of the alleged mistreatment, the gouging, why would we send our restaurants? Why would we discount their fees and encourage our restaurants to go patronize them when there are so many lower priced alternatives?
Are you done, Councilmember Springer?
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Schultz, this is your agenda. Would you like to rebuttal?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, it seems that Councilmember Springer's mind's well made up, and I fully respect that. I just want to mention a couple things. Madam City Attorney, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the ordinance wouldn't be limited to what Councilmember Springer called the Big Four. I think the way it's written, it would be more any third-party food service delivery provider. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, that's correct. It applies to any third-party food delivery service.
Okay. The second thing, I just think it's a difference of opinion. I did not read staff report to suggest that it was impossible to enforce. I think that the enforcement mechanism provided for by staff was to give the restaurants the right to sue, and I thought that that was a nice balance, a blending of the concerns while also putting in something that could work effectively. And I guess my invitation would just be, Councilmember Springer, I wrote down when she mentioned that there are better, more affordable alternatives for our restaurant. And look, I'm sorry that we couldn't reach a consensus on this one, but that's democracy. I look forward to the next time when we can. And Councilmember Springer, if you do have those better, more affordable alternatives, I absolutely want to hear them, because I certainly think that if there's anything to take away from tonight, the community is crying out, in my view, in one voice, and that is they saw this as something that we could take action on tonight. This may not be it, but I don't think that we should drop the issue. I think that it now turns to what is your idea? And that's an open invitation to all of us. So with that, Mr. Mayor, what I'm prepared to do is I'm going to make the motion. I understand what the outcome will be. And again, I appreciate everybody for engaging in the discussion. I respect everyone's opinion. But in my view, I'll be voting yes, because I think there is only one morally right choice here, and I'm going to make the motion as I would. So
I like to give the opportunity to Councilmember Springer to respond back if she wishes.
Of course.
You have the mic, ma'am.
There are, I don't know, Madam City Attorney, is it appropriate for me to share some of the options? You asked that I not do that. It has evolved so much.
Let me explain.
Councilmember Springer, let's let our city attorney weigh in right now.
What I asked you to do last time, you talked extensively about a certain company, and I was a little concerned about us using companies' names and other things, to the extent that we did, because I don't want us to get into a situation where we're disparaging anyone else, or it looks like we're sponsoring someone else. So I'm asking, when you and I had that conversation, it was to be very moderated in how we talk about a different company. If you've been asked, like, what are some alternatives, please feel free to mention those. But again, I think there's a difference between making a statement about what are some of the other companies out there.
Okay, that's fine. Didn't want to break the law, or there's Toast, there's Olo.com, there's Chow Now, there's Blissful, there's Store Gear, there's Ninja. Those are the ones that I have researched, and there are many more in response to they've filled the need. Small restaurants cannot afford the hit to the bottom line of the Big Four. And so these other alternatives have been developed where they might charge a flat fee or a lower percentage. And the customer, if they're doing online ordering, they can poke the button and they will have the option for takeout or delivery. And so a restaurant can manage what system works best for them, instead of us capping the fee of third-party delivery services, because there are options. And I feel like also that a better way to help our restaurants is to provide an awareness campaign of these, what are the availabilities, to explain to them how they're losing their data to these third-party companies. And if they choose to use a third-party service provider, how to best manage that relationship so that they own their customers. And actually, if we could use some money to help pay for setup costs on some of these, some of them have an upfront setup cost that costs maybe $199 to $399 to put their own menu, their point of sale on their website. And then the third party provider might charge a flat fee that ranges from between $99 to $149 or a lower percentage. And if we could do some use some economic development funds to help pay for that upfront cost with the participation of the provider, I think that would better help our restaurants because it would, they're hanging on by a thread, and I don't want to push them over the cliff. And that way we would legitimately help them to keep their customers, have lower cost for online ordering and delivery. And I feel like it would be more important to their success than sending them off to somebody who allegedly mistreats them from everything that we've heard. I would like to expose them, educate them on the other opportunities that are available.
Thank you, Councilmember Springer. Vice Mayor, would you like to weigh, or if not, I'll turn the mic back to Councilmember Schultz, who wants to make the motion. Vice Mayor?
I've already stated my position. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's give it a shot, Councilmember Schultz, see where we land.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And before I make my motion, I just want to say I really do appreciate Councilmember Springer's comments, and I know that she and I share a commitment to helping small businesses, as we all do. The reason I make the motion I'm about to is just from the philosophical point of view that I don't think restaurants have time for an awareness campaign. I think they need help. They need the relief right now, and unfortunately, we don't control what consumers use. They opt to use these big four, as Councilmember Springer calls it. But like I said, I look forward to finding other ways to support our local restaurants. So because I believe it is the right thing to do, I move to adopt an uncodified urgency ordinance of the Council of the City of Burbank to cap commission rates for food delivery and non-delivery related service fees to assist in the reopening of businesses impacted by the novel coronavirus.
Is there a second? Vice Mayor seconds it.
I too believe it's the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you both, and thank you, Ms. Springer, for the points you brought up. Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Talamantes,
Yes.
and Councilmember Springer.
No.
Madam City Clerk, then we need to stop this now because this does not move forward. You need 4/5, and one council member has already voted no, so it does not move forward. Madam City Attorney, you're going to weigh in? This is an urgency order that needs 4/5 to adopt it.
Did you call on everyone?
I'm the last one, but it dies. It doesn't matter. We don't have the 4/5, so it's dead now. If I read the rules, right, Madam City Attorney?
Yes, you needed 4 votes,
Yeah,
but
so-
normally we take a poll of the whole entire council, all council votes.
Okay, I would vote yes, but it dies. So motion does not move forward.
So
Okay.
I did want to bring a point of order, if
yes,
that's
ma'am.
okay. And this is more a council consideration. Tonight was an urgency ordinance. It takes 4/5 votes. It did not receive that. The council could, 3 seemingly voted yes. It's up to the council if you'd like this to come back to introduce the ordinance, which could come back on, arguably on the 16th of March, because the ordinance is done. And then if 3 of you voted yes, then it would come back for a second reading a week later, I believe, is our next, or whatever the next council meeting is. And then it would take 31 days to take effect, which means you'd have an ordinance that would take effect the end, probably more like, the end of April, beginning of May. But that is a council option if the council majority wanted to consider having us bring that back.
Councilmember Schultz?
Well,
Followed by-
I would.
Go ahead and followed by Vice Mayor. I saw his hand.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'd be curious to hear from the Vice Mayor, but my thought is, look, I hope that in that time frame, by then it won't be necessary, but just out of the sake of precaution, we might still be in a situation where our restaurants can't operate at full capacity. Given that we could move, I didn't imagine it'd be that quickly. I'd have no issue bringing it back, but I'd like to hear from the Vice Mayor and from you, Mr. Mayor, as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I feel the same way. If we can bring it back, let's bring it back. And let's move forward, because we don't know how long this thing is going to last. That's the whole thing. You know, things are looking bright right now, which is good. And I've heard that the governor might open up inside dining within this coming week. That's what I heard. But then it goes to the different counties to see where we are and what levels we are. So I'd say bring it back. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You know, I agree, bring it back. I don't know what the future has in store, but one of the biggest keys that I read in the staff report preparing for tonight is that we can end it as soon as we see fit. And I like that we, the majority of the council, hopefully all five, have that opportunity. But I just feel, especially listening to the different callers that called in, it makes sense. But enough said with that. Let's move on to the next. I will leave that up to Councilmember Schultz to bring that up when we introduce new agenda items at the end of the night. But thank you, Councilmember Springer, for your insight and preparation on this agenda item, and Vice Mayor. If we can get Councilmember Anthony back on Zoom, we can move on to the next item. And to the members in the audience, we're waiting for Councilmember Anthony to be back on Zoom before we move to the last item of the evening. Okay, I see all five council members, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Before we move, we're 10 minutes ahead of 11 o'clock, so I don't interrupt this next agenda item. If I can ask Vice Mayor, and second by who?
I'll second.
All right, second by Councilmember Schultz to continue past 11 o'clock. If I can just show by hands for the vote to continue the council meeting after 11. Councilmember Schultz, can I see your hand? Okay, it's official, Madam City Clerk. We're moving past the 11 o'clock hour. Our last report is for the adoption of a resolution rescinding the Friendship City status of the town of Hadrupt. Ooh, and I apologized. And consideration of support for recognition of the Independent Republic of Artsakh. Thank you. Will Miss Christine Alice please make the presentation this evening to the council. Good evening, ma'am, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Frudos and members of City Council. Christine Ellis, analyst with the City Manager's Office. Tonight's report is in response to two requests brought forward by Councilmember Schultz at the February 9th council meeting. First, staff has brought for council consideration a resolution revoking the Friendship City status of the town of Hadrut in Nagorno-Karabakh. Staff is also seeking further direction on the separate request regarding support for recognition of the Independent Republic of Artsakh. Last September, armed hostilities broke out between Azerbaijan and Armenia over the disputed territory of Nagorno-Karabakh, also known as Artsakh. Artsakh consists of a majority ethnic Armenian population, but is internationally recognized as part of Azerbaijan. In 1991, a people's referendum established the de facto Republic of Artsakh, which has economic, political, and military ties to Armenia. A ceasefire agreement in November of last year brought an end to the 44-day war, but not without loss of life and civilian injuries, along with the cession of significant portions of Nagorno-Karabakh and surrounding districts to Azeri control. The loss of territory governed by the Republic of Artsakh caused the displacement of Armenian populations, including within the town of Hadrut. In 2014, the Armenian National Committee of America, or ANCA, requested the council establish a friendship city relationship with Hadrut, which was subsequently set forth by a council resolution. In a letter to the council dated February 5, 2021, ANCA requested the revocation of the friendship city status due to changes in Hadrut's governance and demographics as a result of the recent war. Separately, the council is being requested to consider support for recognizing the Republic of Artsakh. While the United Nations does not currently recognize Artsakh as an independent country, several regional and local governing bodies worldwide have expressed support for the Republic and recognized its self-governance. In 2014, the California legislature adopted a joint resolution recognizing the Republic of Artsakh as a sovereign state, and several jurisdictions in LA County, including Glendale, Los Angeles, and West Hollywood, have adopted similar resolutions since. On February 18, 2021, Congressman Schiff submitted a letter to the City Council reiterating his support for U.S. recognition of the independent Republic of Artsakh. Staff recommends Council consider the resolutions adopted by local jurisdictions and direct staff, if desired, to return with a resolution for Council consideration recognizing the sovereignty of Artsakh's democratically elected government. Alternatively, or in addition to the resolution, Council may direct staff to draft a letter to be sent to Burbank's congressional representatives in support of Congressman Schiff's call for the United States to recognize the Republic of Artsakh as an independent nation. The conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh has certainly had far-reaching impacts, including on members of Burbank's Armenian community. While Burbank designated Hadrut a friendship city in 2014, the resultant change in governance, population, and political stability after the war justifies the revocation of Burbank's friendship city status, and staff recommends adoption of the proposed resolution. Furthermore, Council may consider directing staff to return with a resolution recognizing the Republic of Artsakh and/or a letter urging congressional leaders to acknowledge the sovereignty of the Republic. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Councilmember Schultz, this is your agenda item. Why don't you take the lead of discussion?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any questions. I just want to say a few things and hand it over to my colleagues. I just really want to say more than anything, thank you to city staff and all of you for acting so quickly to address this issue. I first spoke with Vic Rami on, I think it was February 3rd, about the actions that some of our neighboring cities had taken to recognize the Republic of Artsakh. And over the following days, I spoke with many members of our ANCA Burbank chapter about the possibility of rescinding our friendship city status with the Hadrut. We all know that today we've received letters from Congressmember Adam Schiff, from State Senator Anthony Portantino, and from Assemblymember Laura Friedman. So I just want to thank everybody for voicing their support about these important initiatives. I think that we should adopt the resolution tonight, revoking the friendship city status. Maybe we should take that up separately, Mr. Mayor. I defer to you. But to the other issue, since we're talking about it, I am in favor of a separate resolution that would formally recognize the Republic of Artsakh. So my intent would be to have staff bring that back. But as far as voting, if you think it makes sense, Mr. Mayor, to take them up separately, happy to do it that way too.
I mean, if there's, well, let's see what the other council members, maybe they want to bifurcate it. We'll go that route. We'll see where the consensus goes. Councilmember Anthony, you have the mic, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm in favor of bifurcating it, even if they're both unanimous votes. I think it's important to have it separate because the discussion is a little different for each one.
Okay.
You know, the history with this, it's not just 2020. This goes back 100 years. You know, we can talk about Turkey, we can talk about Russia till the cows come home. But it's important to note in the first resolution, you know, the people of the people of Hadrut didn't cause this. This happened to them and it changed. So I think by changing our sister city resolution with the city of Hadrut, we need to make it very clear that we are not abandoning the people of Hadrut who rely on not just Burbank, but the United States as a beacon of hope and democracy in these troubled times. We're still here for them. We know we have a lot of residents here in Burbank who have family back in the region. This revocation is simply a condemnation of the change in the government, the authoritarian regime that has taken over this annexation. I mean, it was not a democratic choice. It was undemocratic. It was against the resolution from '91. And so, moving forward with this, if it does pass, I just want the people of Hadrut to know that we're not abandoning them. We are simply making this comment that we do not support this change in the government and the way it was changed. For the second resolution, the history of Artsakh is storied and heartbreaking. I am fully in support of recognizing them as an independent nation. If you know anything about the differences between the area known as Artsakh and the Azerbaijani territory around them, they are so much more closely aligned with the Armenian country and countrymen. They need to be an independent nation. They should be. They act independently. Their culture and government, until recently, was very independent. I don't think there's any downside to joining so many of our fellow cities and our elected representatives in the area moving forward with this. So I think it's the right thing to do.
Councilmember Springer? Your mic turned off, Councilmember Springer.
I support the resolution to rescind the Friendship City status, and I also support directing staff to come back with a resolution recognizing Artsakh.
Okay. Anything else, Councilmember Springer?
No.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, it's a sad day when any city has to rescind any of their relationships, international relationships. Things have just gone wrong. Things are not good back there. It's unfortunate for their people, obviously. So I would go ahead and agree with Councilmember Schultz's recommendation of splitting these two and dealing with them separately. Thank you.
Okay. So I also support the bringing back item number 2, and we'll be taking an action on item 1 today. Councilmember Schultz, if you'd like to make the motion.
Will do. And Mr. Mayor, just to confirm, so I am going to do it as 2 separate motions. Is that what I heard from the Vice Mayor?
Well, I thought you were going to bifurcate and bring back item number 2 later for further discussion.
Yes, I'll make my motion, and if I'm unclear, please let me know.
Okay, so we'll do the first one, item 1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I move to adopt a resolution of the Council of the City of Burbank rescinding the Friendship City status of the town of Hadrut in, I apologize, I am not going to say this correctly, Nagorno-Karabakh. I apologize if I mispronounce that.
Do I have a second? Councilmember Springer seconds it. Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll for item number 1?
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Talamantes?
Yes.
Mayor Frutos?
Yes.
Thank you.
Item number 1, 5-0 vote, moves forward. Councilmember Schultz, take on number 2, lead the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll see if anyone else has any discussion points. I just wanted to say that I think it's really tremendous. I know that this means a lot to the Armenian members of our community, and I'm so glad that we're about to do this 5-0, just like we did the last one. So I can make the motion unless anyone has anything else they'd like to address.
Because of the lateness of the hour, just make the motion.
Okay, so I move to have staff bring back a resolution that would formally recognize the Republic of Artsakh.
Is there a second? Councilmember Anthony? A second. Before we take the vote, is there any pressing comment that a council member would like to weigh in before we call for the vote? Vice Mayor.
This is long overdue. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Councilmember Anthony,
Yes.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Talamantes,
Yes.
Mayor Frutos.
Yes,
Thank
motion
you.
carries forward. Thank you, council members. This is a time for brief council assignments, including reporting out on anything you did that's noteworthy to the community. Who would like to start first? Vice Mayor.
Mayor, real quick, just one item. I attended through Zoom the Metro Board of Directors meeting this past Thursday, last week, and I listened in, and they voted yes to give us the $73 million to finish the Burbank Bridge. So that's on the go. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Springer, would you like to weigh in? Your mic, ma'am? Oh, there you are. I can hear you now.
Okay, I attended the Senior Citizen Board. And I went to the inaugural meeting of the Racial Equity Subcommittee meeting along with you, Mayor Frutos. And I attended the Advisory Council on Disabilities meeting. And this morning, I attended the Los Angeles County Local Government Services Commission. And I told you a few weeks back that I put forward an agenda item to address COVID-19 issues and how we can do better moving forward and for possibly a future emergency. And I also yesterday attended the Burbank Coordinating Council, and Judy Wilkie was the guest speaker, and she did a phenomenal job updating our community on latest happenings in Burbank. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Schultz? I'm sorry, Councilmember Anthony, you were first. Go ahead, sir.
Just one quick one. Last week, I attended on Thursday the City Employees Book Talk, which is a book club for all the city employees. If anyone's interested, you can jump in at any month, and we talk about a book that we read the previous month, and then we assign a book for the next month. It's pretty fun. We discussed a book called Radium Girls, and it's about the women in the turn of the previous century that used to like paint glow-in-the-dark watches with radium, the wonder drug, and then they all got cancer and horrible things happened to them. But it was a big discussion of the book was about workers' compensation and how do you keep workplaces safety. It was a great talk, great discussion, and I saw a bunch of the city employees there, and we had good fun.
Anything else, Councilmember Anthony, to report out?
That was it. That was the big one.
Okay, Councilmember Schultz, you have the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very briefly, on Wednesday the 24th, I attended the Magnolia Park Merchants Association, where Commissioner Wirtz gave a great presentation on the city's utility box beautification program. Really informative and talking about phase 5 moving forward. The following morning, I represented us at the Valley Economic Alliance Board of Directors meeting. Only noteworthy thing is they were talking about changes to the composition of the board. Those changes will not affect our representation for the city of Burbank, so that's good to hear. Friday the 26th, had a meeting with Director Ramos about the Metropolitan Water District. Among other topics, we talked about the Delta Tunnel project. And then lastly, in consultation with you, Mr. Mayor, had a chance to do some meet and greets with our police commission members earlier today, get to know all of them a little bit better personally. That's all I have.
Thank you. Going back to Wednesday, the 24th, I attended with Councilmember Springer the Racial Equity Subcommittee meeting. It was our first meeting, and there's a lot of ideas. The first couple of meetings will be kind of fluid till we kind of develop exactly what we're going to physically be doing, so we'll report out together in the future. I attended, it was very, very low-key, mask everything, but we did a very soft grand opening on Thursday, February 25th of Home Goods, their grand opening here in Burbank. And it was no normal ribbon cutting, but it was just real quick, sweet, mask, everything. But I tell you what, that property, that business, they had a long line the first day. Well, on Sunday, I went over to O'Reilly's to get some auto parts. I was working on my car, and at 11:30 in the morning, the line was still going behind the building. So there's definitely a very good business following for that business here in Burbank, which is kind of nice because you have the other stores right in there, and hopefully that'll give a lot of new business to Lancers to keep that restaurant going. So it's really good to have it there. Later on that evening, I attended the Infrastructure Oversight Board. Nothing to report back to the council. I attended the Sister City Committee meeting. They took a vote. They're officially not going to travel this year, and so we won't be having students come back here. There was a request, and I thought it was a great idea. Normally, we have them here at our city council meeting sometime in June or July when we have the students here visiting with us, that it would be a nice opportunity to have Sister City come in and just do maybe a 10-minute presentation to the entire council, because the volunteers and the students involved, they're energetic. They just want to let us know what they're doing. I thought it was great. I would like to again publicly acknowledge the Vice Mayor and Sharon Springer for their hard work on Metro, lobbying for that money so we can get the missing large amount of money. And that's the one thing that we always got to communicate to the public, that all five of us are working as a team and we all got strong points. And this is a classic example of looking at the relationships that have been built by the senior council members and the young ones that are building the relationships, that when the rubber meets the road, we're pulling resources and we got the funding. So thank you. Public acknowledgement to the Vice Mayor and to Council Member Springer. And I also had a telephonic phone call with our Metro Water District Director, Ms. Ramos, and I was mostly following up on the news article of possibly the council president, Nuri Martinez, maybe pulling out of the 32-member agency because of all the sexual harassment allegations. And I just wanted to get input where our director was as far as representing Burbank and getting to the truth and to the bottom of what's going on. And I was very confident in her responses with me, that she's definitely diligently working on that and representing us. And that is all to report. Now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Council members, Councilmember Schultz. You have the mic, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two items. First, I would ask to bring back the urgency third-party delivery fee cap ordinance at a future date.
Mr. City Manager, you copy that?
Sure. I mean, obviously, it's not necessarily an urgency ordinance anymore.
Yeah, we don't
but
have that.
I'm sorry. Just a regular ordinance, yes.
Yeah, since it's done already, we could bring that back fairly quickly. So probably on the 16th.
Okay. Councilman Schultz?
Yes, final thing, Mr. Mayor. I'd actually like to make a request that at our next meeting, which I think is March 16th, that perhaps we could invite a representative from the Zonta Club of Burbank to accept a proclamation acknowledging that March is Women's History Month and celebrating the contributions and accomplishments of women in our community.
Mr. City Manager, I got a nod. Councilmember Anthony, did you have your hand up for agenda item, sir? The mic is yours.
I did. Just one item and one memo just from our discussions tonight on the agenda, the stuff that was agendized. I'd like to see an agenda item on a rent freeze or what that would look like for the city of Burbank. And then if I could get a memo on the intake and eviction policies for Burbank Housing Corporation, how they take people in and how people leave. Like, what is the comings and goings on that?
I think on the second one, sir, this is not a discussion, so don't discuss. But I think you as a council member could pick up the phone and just call the executive director and have that one-on-one conversation. And, and if there's any follow-up, please bring it up as an agenda item. But definitely you have that freedom, like all council members do, to, go make a meeting and ask her those tough questions.
Sure. I hope it's not a tough question.
Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real quick on the rent freeze. So it's a request for information. I'm just not sure. Our first step
I would
to
like
discuss. First step to discuss a rent freeze.
If we could discuss it, get a report, and maybe a discussion, just because I'm seeing what's happening around us.
No discussion. No discussion.
Okay. And just for residential, not commercial.
Just for residential. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other council members like to bring an agenda item? Vice Mayor? Councilmember Springer? No. Then we will now adjourn in memory of City of Burbank retired Fire Captain Guy Thompson to Tuesday, March the 16th at 6 p.m. for a regular meeting through an online meeting process. The public may view the meeting online or on television and will be able to provide public comment on the following 3 ways: by leaving an e-comment on the webpage, burbankca.gov/e-comments, by emailing the City Council directly at citycouncil@burbankca.gov, or by calling in directly to the council meeting at 818-238-3335. Good night, community. Good night, council members, and thank you very much for tonight's meeting.